Lonely. Lonely. Lonely boy. Lonely boy.
We about to jump in, everybody. Give me 1 sec. This beat's kind of nice, though. I'd love to do something on it. It's pretty sick. What up, what up, what up, what up? What up, everybody? Hey, what's up? Okay, the type beats. Oh, man. Oh, man. Not prepared. Not prepared. Not prepared. What up? Happy Sunday. What's up? Welcome to the live. My name is Zaid Tabani. We don't have a freestyle of the news today because specifically it turns out that Mario had a wedding that he did not tell me about this weekend until 2 days ago. And so we had a show planned for Friday that we didn't get to do, and a show for today we didn't get to do. But I'm here, and I'm hype. What's up? How's your day going? How's your Sunday going? It's a nice day out here in California. We're doing good. How about, listen, I know we don't all like sports ball, but very quickly, I just got to mention, how about them Spurs? How about them Spurs, man? I don't know if you follow basketball. You need to listen to this because this is a crazy story. So very quickly, let me just adjust my fan because I'm fucking hot in California. Alrighty, got my zero sugar soda. We're all primed up. How you doing, everybody? Like the live if you like it. Eid Mubarak. Hey, thank you for joining us. Belated Eid Mubarak. It's been a little bit. Yeah, man. Let me know if you can hear me all right. Is everything good? Everything good? See, my mic is always kind of weird, but it's fine. But man, I gotta talk very quickly before we jump into it. We have so much to talk about today. There's a lot of stuff that's happened over the week. I kind of like this format because I can go into more shit too. So, you know, if you like these kind of lives, please like the lives and everything like that. I have ads manual on this. If I get super chats, I will not run ads, or I will turn off monetization because that's the best way to do that. You know, just support. It's helpful. But yeah, okay. Let's very quickly just jump into it because I feel like I'm Phil whenever I fucking say that shit. But we got a lot to talk about today. I really very quickly, I just have to talk about the Spurs, man. Listen, if you don't follow sports, like, you may not understand why this is a big deal. But like, especially if you like politics, you should at least familiarize yourself a little bit with sports, because especially in politics, like, a lot, like, sports has like an indelible like connection to politics. Like, Muhammad Ali is actually a pretty big figure in the civil rights movement and the anti-Vietnam War, you know, movement because of his stature and what he did with his platform. Colin Kaepernick, obviously, you know, the Clippers just exercising Donald Sterling like an evil ghost who's been there for 50 years. It's crazy. But one thing that I should talk about is specifically this. So if you don't know, yesterday was Game 7 of the Spurs versus Oklahoma City Thunder. So if you don't know who the Oklahoma City Thunder are and the whole lore behind all of this, right? Okay? just to let you know, I can't play clips because I'm gonna get fucking demonetized. The Oklahoma City Thunder are supposed to be like the best team in the league, right? Last year they're the defending champions. They won the league, right? They're crazy, right? Let me just pull up a picture of them like the Mighty Ducks, okay? OKC, right? There we go. Yeah, well, spoiler alert to what the game is going to be. But the Oklahoma City Thunder, yeah, these motherfuckers. They are, by and away, considered the best. They were the first seed in the NBA. It's going to make sense. Even if you don't know about ball, it makes sense politically and everything like that. Give me a second. So, they shoot really well. They play really well, but something was always very weird about them, right? But last year they won. This year they were doing incredibly. So they go up against this team of this guy named Victor Wembanyama. That's this guy right here. This goat right here. It's the most pixelated picture in American history. Oh, my God. Okay, yeah, there we go. Victor Wembanyama right over here. Okay? He is 7'5". He's like an Attack on Titan creature, right? He's really, really good, very humble dude from France. I hated him in the Olympics, but now I love him. So he's with the San Antonio Spurs, right? And their whole team is very, very young. Now, at some point in the season, Oklahoma City Thunder decided, you know what? We're really good at playing basketball. What if when we're losing, we just foul a fuck ton? And there's this habit that they have of flopping. If you don't know what flopping is, it's when you go up for like a shot and then you just like wave your body around. You do like a Luigi taunt from Super Smash Brothers Melee, and like the ref calls the whistle and you get free shots, right? It's LeBron is known for it. A lot of players are known for it. It's an annoying part of the game, but it's one thing. But they were flopping a lot. And then they started to foul a lot. And their fouls wouldn't get called, but all of their flops would. And that became a huge issue. Because literally, like, there were games in this series where Shea, like, there's a highlight reel of Shea, just like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. That's this guy. He's an incredible, one of the best, the MVP for this year. Just like almost every shot, just falling on the floor trying to get a foul, right? Shots of him like just shooting, nobody touching him, and then the foul getting called, right? There's points where the coach for the Spurs would go, hey, fucking, like I want to challenge this call, and the refs just would ignore him, right? There's fouls on here. Let me see if I can find a foul for you to just show like the insanity of this. What of OKC, like just a normal foul for you to see, right? Let me see where Hardenstein. There's one where, oh yeah, this one from AJ Caruso, right? I want you to look at this foul real quickly. I'm not gonna play the audio. I don't want to play the audio because I'm gonna get. Okay, so look at this, bro. He just tackled him. The fuck is that? What is that, dude? So this was going on for so long. That was yesterday, but that was going on for so long, and everybody's like, "What are we doing? Like, what's like a Tucker Carlson? What are we doing? What's going on?" Everybody was really upset, and so when the Spurs didn't get like a crazy game where everything was imbalanced, they were doing well. So last night there was a lot. Even though that was last night, there was a lot less foul insanity going on. Right? There still was some kind of like messed up stuff, but you saw some One Piece spoilers. I'm sorry, I apologize in advance because One Piece is goated, right? Okay, but like there was still some foul trouble that was going on with OKC, but the Spurs played it consistently. They battled through it, and oh my God, every time, like, do the hardest of things. They shot through and they made it to the finals, and Wembanyama was super emotional after it. It was one of the best things, just watching a team that's been living on fucking just fake call. I'm sure you can relate in this political arena, watching the wrong calls from referees happen for fucking like a year, and then all of a sudden, just through brute force, nah. And so the Spurs are in the finals. It was an incredible game. And by the way, it forced OKC to hoop. They're a great team. Like, I don't want to fucking watch, like, the worst. Like, I don't want to watch Flop City every single time. It was an incredible thing. I only know about WWE. You got to play basketball. Basketball's great, man. It's really, really fun. I do know, do I know Luigi's brother? Which one? Mario or Mangione? But, man. Great series. We hate OKC in this house. Suns up. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you're a Phoenix Suns fan. I'm not. I'm a Lakers fan. I'm bitter right now. I'm bitter, but I'm happy for the Spurs. So now we got coming up. We got the real matchup. It's gonna be Knicks versus Spurs, man. And like that's something I'm really interested in because everybody's like trying to figure out like New York has gotten to the finals. Like this is the first time this team has a chance of winning the final. Like the last time they won the finals was before Star Wars existed. The last time this finals happened, I think, was in like the 90s, like the late 90s. And the last time these guys won a title was 2014. So and they're incredible teams. So genuinely, this is going to be a fucking incredible series. A lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. I know you may not watch basketball, but like, man, it's a fun thing to do, man. If you ever get a chance, please check it out. Play some pop type beats in the background. This is Maddie. All right, let's go through. We got a lot to talk about today. Let's move on. Spurs are up. I'm happy.
Maddie.
All right. Let's go to our first big thing, and this little thing that popped up on my feed. Graham Platner's wife flagging sexually explicit tests to his Senate campaign. So, if you didn't hear, there was recently a report that Graham Platner, his wife, right before his Senate campaign kicked off, alerted the campaign team. Also, let me know if the volume's too low. Alerted the campaign team that there were sexually explicit texts on his phone, that he had been messaging other women on his phone because, you know, can't keep it in our pants anymore. But yeah, that was something that's happened. Look, Platner has had the tattoo gate has largely died down from things, and I'm not going to tell you how to feel about the tattoo. I can understand how you feel, regardless of where you are. I can also understand we live in a world of like incredibly imperfect candidates everywhere right now, right? Like even in California, the race that we'll talk about in a little bit, but between Steyer and Becerra, you know, like there's a billionaire who's trying to run a progressive platform who people don't trust because he's a billionaire. There's somebody who tries to say he's a progressive who's taken donations from billionaires. There's a lot of imperfection and inconsistency in all of politics, like there's always been, but it's magnified right now. And right now, like, so this dropped yesterday from the Wall Street Journal. Also, by the way, if you ever follow the Wall Street Journal, the Murdoch-owned Wall Street Journal, they drop these kind of fucking just random scoops that seem to align with Republican goals all the time. I wonder why. But essentially, yeah. So he was found, like his wife had alerted the campaign that this would be a thing. For Oppo research, they looked into it. Wasn't a big deal. She apparently had forgiven him, or they'd gone through counseling. I don't know what it is. I don't trust politicians. I'm sure they have either a great marriage or a keeled marriage or a, you know, convenient marriage, right? Like it is what it is. Like a lot of these people have that. But this was like dropped like it's some I'm not gonna go to the paywall. Like dropped like it's some crazy opposition research dump on this guy, and it's gone everywhere. Everybody and their moms is talking about it. I'm gonna play another beat real quickly. Well, I'll play a beat later. But like it's everywhere, right? Even this headline's interesting because like right after this research dropped, Graham Platner's wife came out and said she's angry and disappointed the fact that the Wall Street Journal would publish it. But the way this fucking headline reads is Graham Platner's wife angry, disappointed her past disclosure of his extramarital sexting was made public. But the way look at the first thing you say, Graham Platner's wife angry, disappointed her past. That's what people are gonna skim. That's the first thing people fucking see. They're not going to even read the full headline, right? And okay, Cory, but thank you, Cory Booker. That's the line. I don't know. Interesting. But this is kind of my issue here, right? Is like it's one of those things where, and like I know also, you know, Anthony Weiner had like a similar thing, but although Anthony Weiner was, you know, kind of a more of a fucking mess than Platner is, believe it or not. But Weiner's like leaked like sexting escapades and everything like that. The first go around, him and his wife kind of solved it to some degree. The second go around, he also was kind of an asshole. So it kind of just caved in on itself and made things worse. But in this specific case, Platner, like his wife is coming out. They like the whole thing was like, hey, this is a thing that I'm out of concern for him, not out of frustration about the situation. I'm sure she's frustrated about the situation in general. But like if you're gonna slam somebody, slam them accurately. Don't slam them for something like, don't try to make a situation look more sensationalist than it is, right? Because it's cheating, which is shitty, but it's not like unknown or undisclosed cheating at this point, which I don't know either way that's shitty. But like I mean, I don't know how you do, like I don't want to like do a whataboutism, but like you can't, if you're going to do this, you have to do everybody else who is cheating in Congress, of which there are many scandals that have surfaced. Afternoon, Saint Squared. What's up? Celtics fans here by osmosis. Not a good LA boy who's been rooting for the Spurs. If we have a shared hate of OKC, I'm with you. They played really well, but it is what it is. That's my boy for Platner. Yep. Morris Cat sucks, and Platner also sucks, and also he's going to beat Collins by 10. That's kind of where I'm at as well. It's one of those things where, you know, like, I think Platner is a markedly better choice than Susan Collins. I think especially, like, I'm getting really frustrated also because everybody just starts comparing him to fucking John Fetterman, right? And, like, I'll just be very clear. This motherfucker, like, we had warning on this motherfucker that we just ignored, right? Like, and it's not the warning like we're getting with Platner. We had, like, other policy-based warning with this guy. Like, Fetterman, like, so many people warned about what Fetterman would be and what he would do, right? We were told consistently, like there was stories about Fetterman, like, and like racist shit that he did in the past, and we were told like, okay, like not even like just like, oh, a bad tattoo, just like, hey, this is a policy and a belief I have that's kind of white supremacy coded, that we were like, okay, maybe he's changed. He's a union boy. He's grown up in this thing, maybe he's changed, right? But there were still inklings of it. There was still nervousness around it. And there was this idea that, like, okay, if we're on this train, like, he seems like he's doing the work. But then we have what we have him on, he went on Katie Miller's podcast. I don't know if you know that, right? He went on, this is fucking dumb. He disses his wife? That's fucking crazy. Yeah, so he was on Katie Miller, Stephen Miller's wife, the fucking Slender Man. He was on her. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, dude. This is just embarrassing, you know?
Still be in Washington, D.C. today, joined by my first Democrat, John Fetterman.
People assume that the life in the Senate is a wash and glamour, and it's just not, at least in my experience. I have a 300-square apartment. It's got a crappy couch and just a sad collection of condiments. My worst TV usually was where I was held hostage by my wife to watch things. I know too much more about the Mormon wives, more than I wish I knew.
Would you consider yourself a fashion trailblazer?
No, I have really freakish long arms and no.
Okay, get the fuck out of here with this. I'm old enough to remember when they were like trying to dog him for fucking the hoodies, and it was this huge fucking thing, and now, you're a fashion. Shut the fuck up. Get out of here with that, right? And also just the fact, like, it's kind of insulting. Like, I feel like funding should be cut for this guy. I don't know what the fuck is. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Why would you spoil this right there? That's crazy. But, like, yeah, it's crazy to me that he gets that pass. I don't see... A lot of people see that with, like, Talarico and Platner. I don't see that with Talarico and Platner. There are remarkable differences between them, and I think that's important because if you're trying... The goal is to identify people who are turncoats, right? People who say they're one thing and then turn on a dime to try to support their own opportunism. And I think that if we're talking about who qualifies as a turncoat... there's too much about him that doesn't seem like there's no incentivization for him to be a turncoat in that regard. Like, same with Talarico. I don't think there's enough incentivization for him to become a turncoat. There are other people who are, like, I think under the right circumstances, there are certain people who are like the Democrats who would become turncoats. But this isn't one of them. And again, it's not only because he's progressive. There are liberals who are also, like, I don't think there's any reality where Cory Booker becomes a turncoat, right? But there are people who specifically you have to look out for, and I just don't see him as that. As for the texts, I think that's really shitty that he did this. I don't think you should fucking... I've been cheated on. That's not fun. But also, like... I don't like, it's gossip. I don't like that how politics has just become gossip culture at this point. It's very weird to me that we're either like super upset by cheating scandals, or it's not a big deal, or it's disqualifying, or American history will destroy our value, will look down upon our values if we don't disqualify this person, or, you know, it doesn't matter for the job, or it completely matters for the job, you know? Like, I don't understand. Like, the hypocrisy of it is what really frustrates me, to be honest. I don't live in Maine, but I just want Collins out. Yeah, I think Collins is a net negative for the Senate. She will always be a net negative for the Senate. She has done more damage to that institution than I think any other... Like, well, not any other... Well, honestly, yeah, I think Susan Collins has done a lot of damage that... It's hard to see, right? When people say that, like, Democrats are controlled opposition, here's the problem. There's a difference between ineptitude and controlled opposition. Ineptitude means you have goals that you think are important, and they're not important, and you also suck at achieving them. That's like all the people who everybody complains about. They complain about Chuck Schumer. They complain about fucking, Hakeem Jeffries, right? They complain about so many people who... Cory Booker, performative, like, long Senate filibuster speeches that are meant to have these high points but just fall flat because you can tell he's, like, a theater kid acting. All of that is the issue, right? Because the rubber doesn't meet the road. The issue mainly, though, with controlled opposition is that's Susan Collins. Like, that literally is Susan Collins. It's somebody who, or John Fetterman, right? Who is supposed to be, like John Fetterman was, maybe not John Fetterman. What am I thinking? No, Susan Collins definitely is. Because Susan Collins flirts with the idea like, hey, I got you. You know, I am a pragmatic person. I am going to do the right thing. Whoops, I'm a partisan, right? When you fall back on partisan priors, it shows who you really are. I think when it comes to like whether Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are really progressive, yeah, I would say that they are controlled opposition against progressives. But against left-leaning ideas as a whole, they are liberals. They will always fall back on liberal ideas. They will never spit like even towards conservative ideas, right? Their goal is political power and expediency and share. And so I can understand the feeling about it and their willingness to try to keep their jobs and shit like that in that way. But like, I think if we're gonna label things, Susan Collins is the fucking controlled opposition of all controlled oppositions. Bro, I just got here. What's happening? What's happening is the Spurs won and we're talking shit on John Fetterman is what's happening. That's what's going on. I'm going to take this off screen and find another beat for us to enjoy. talk amongst yourselves. For some reason, my beats got flagged last time, and I was really fucking mad. Beats that are mine got flagged because people are fucking weird. You know, this is. All right, let's go. There we go. Oh my God! Wait, what the fuck? Oh, we got to talk about the Lego scandal too. The new video just got posted. I kind of want to jump in. It would. All right, I'm gonna give you guys a small little poll. All right, we can either talk about the Lego scandal next, or we can talk about the California governor's race. I'm gonna give you those two. Right. Also, guys, like I said before, you know, I'm gonna run ads. When we get a chance, right? Like if you guys do super chats, I'll stop. I won't run no ads, right? So just letting you know. Okay, let me see what we're doing. What are you guys thinking? Lego? We gonna do Lego right now? Cause I feel like we got to. Ads automator. Okay. All right, I'm gonna turn on ads for right now, guys. Oh, they're off, on, okay. Super chats, I'll turn them off, okay? All right. Let's go into Lego. All right, so if you are not aware, there is this enormous scandal going on, probably one of the craziest scandals I've heard of, between Bricks and Minifigs and this guy with a star. It's made the New York Times. That's how fucking crazy this is. Okay, so let's go through this. So there's this YouTuber, his name's Reckless Ben. Okay, Reckless Ben gets contacted by. You can already see that this is going crazy, right? Okay, he does a little couple stunt videos, right? But this is the big video that this is the big video everybody's talking about, right?
It's him at the store kicking her out.
Okay. So, very quickly, like, Reckless Ben, I'll supersize this so you can see it. Oh my God. I just want something for you guys to enjoy visually. This motherfucker, essentially what happens is that Reckless Ben gets contacted by this guy. His father owns a $200,000 Star Wars collection, right, of Lego Star Wars stuff. And so Bricks and Minifigs is this big consignment shop. It's like GameStop for fucking Legos, right? You can sell your Legos. They sell the Legos for you, like all this kind of stuff, right? And essentially, at some point, they're like, okay, well, I have this crazy Star Wars collection. They talk to this one Bricks and Minifigs location about possibly using their Star Wars collection. And they're like, yeah, we would love to sell it. So sign a contract, and this location starts selling their Star Wars toys, right? They start selling these like rare ass Star Wars collectibles, right? And this lady's the one who owned the shop, right? So essentially, they start selling it. The whole shop is pretty much filled with this guy's collectibles because it's $200,000 worth. Well, for some reason, she has to move out of the country, or because her husband got a job somewhere, and corporate comes in, kicks her out of her store for the new owners, right? And she's like, I can't leave the store. This guy's Legos and stuff are here. We have to give it back. But then no, and they give it to the new owners. The new owners tell this guy and his Lego collection, they're like, hey, these are ours now. They're not your Legos. And so they threaten to kick him out. They threaten to, he threatens to sue. He's like, I'm gonna bury you in paperwork, all of this shit like that. He's very threatening. So Reckless Ben is like, that's fucking crazy. So you essentially took over the shop, have stuff that doesn't belong to you, like $200,000. This isn't a little bit of thing. These are like incredibly rare things that will appreciate in value if held. And they're just like, no, we're gonna not only keep them, we're gonna sell them for a profit. Well, this YouTuber finds out about it and goes directly to confront them and tries to get the Legos back, right? Immediately when he walks into the store, he just asks nicely, he has meta glasses on, he asks nicely, hey, what's going on? Like, I want to ask about this guy's Legos. And the other thing I didn't mention is his father, who owned the collection, he doesn't know, his father's sick. Like, he's already going into health trouble, so they don't have the funds to even fight this in court if they wanted to, because Bricks and Minifigs is a enormous corporation. So he goes in, checks with the father, checks with Bricks and Minifigs. He's like, hey, I want to check on this person's Legos. As soon as he mentions the name, the person at the store is like, oh, harassment. You're harassing me, I'm calling the cops. Which is very fucking weird. They call the cops in. The cops, like, this person won't even talk to them. Like, he gets on the phone with the owner of the store, and he's like, hey, you have our Legos. We have a contract that says that we still own them. And he's like, what the fuck do you mean, your Legos? How the fuck do you own my inventory? He's being really rude and really abrasive all of a sudden, right? Shortly after that, right? Like, give me one sec. Apologies. Oh, what's up? Black Rabbit Studios. Thank you so much for the $4.99. How about the Jorge Gutierrez and Zaid? I'm gonna go to that. I'm gonna go do the Jorge Gutierrez scandal like soon after that. I'll go into it right after. Let me do the because there was an update on the story just now, so I want to get through this. Then I'll go to the Jorge because that's an important thing too. So like, so they call the cops. The cops are very sus. They immediately side with Bricks and Minifigs. They're like, hey, you have to get out of the store. They don't try to resolve the dispute. He's like, hey, I own property there. He's like, no, you get out of the store. Harassment, you have to leave. Which is really weird. Cops will usually try to diffuse and de-escalate a situation, try to talk with them, but they're just kicked the fuck out. So then begins this hour-long thing where they're just trying to poke at these guys. And it gets crazy, man. There's multiple points where they confront the CEO. The CEO is like, it's not your Legos. It's this huge problem. They finally get a hold of the guy. Like, they finally kick up a stink enough to where they they make a website that like fucks with their trademark or some shit like that, or really like pisses them off. And so finally, like, hey, I'll give the Legos back as long as the guy I stole it from apologizes. As long as the guy with a sick father who I took these Legos from apologizes to me. And this guy's like, I'm not gonna fucking apologize to this asshole. So they fake an apology anyway to see what this guy's gonna do, catch him in a lie. And lo and behold, the guy's like, oh, thank you so much for the apology. Just give me a couple weeks. Couple weeks comes, no Legos are given back. And it's like, I don't have the Legos to give you. You're a fucking asshole. And they start some more shit. Pretty much, then they take, and then when asked if they're gonna take him to court, they're like, let's go to court. We'll drag it out in court so long that you'll pay more than these are worth. Which is the most scumbag fucking shit to do, dude. So they do take them to small claims court. They don't show up. They get summary judgment. And then when they go to collect, I'm not fucking with you, Bricks and Minifigs closes down. Dude, they closed the store down. That's fucking insane, dude. You steal $200,000 worth of shit. You lose in court. You're a judge. You can just pay it. Like, you don't understand. Like, I know corporations suck, but like, there's a way you do things as a seedy corporation that's beneficial for your business. This is just this is stupid. It's a drop in the bucket, and honestly, it's a feel-good fucking story. Why wouldn't you just do it? Just pay the $200K. You're not even paying for it. You stole it. You have no money. You're not losing anything. If you give him back the $200K worth of Legos, you get to have this giant puff piece. Like, you know what? We want to do the right thing. Blah blah blah, and everything's good. He has a sick father. It's a great story for the store. People are like, you know, I want to get into Legos. It's a huge fucking win. But these greedy dipshits can't look past their own asshole and they want to do this. And then they even close down the store because they have to stand on business and die on this hill for no fucking reason. It's wild. It's wild to me. So that happens. Then, apparently, there are two more parts. At one point, they issue a statement, but then they also call, and then the second part of it is there's three parts to this fucking thing, dude. That's not all right? They fucking you can see at the beginning, they swatted him. They called the Utah police on them, right? Cuffed them, right? Like it's crazy. It's crazy. And so now, this is everywhere. It is national news. Bricks and Minifigs is facing a giant revolt from a lot of people. The only people who I've seen somewhat defend them is the Lego subreddit. I'm not fucking... This is something that was interesting that I didn't see in Moist Critical's video that he didn't mention, right? Like, the Lego subreddit, specifically for Bricks and Minifigs, okay? Hold on. I'm going to do it, because last time when I opened up Reddit, some people saw some shit on my Reddit. Some people said that they saw some spicy content on my Reddit. I just want to let you know, no. All right, I'm not doing that. Okay? All right? I'm a good boy. All right? I'm not looking at that spicy shit. And if I do, I'm not going to show you. I'm well within, you know, good stuff. But anyway, that's a weird aside. Let me find this real quickly. This Bricks and Minifigs thing. Where is it? Yeah, so there's a major... Like, I'm trying to find it because there's one Lego subreddit that for some reason was dying on this hill. It's crazy. Oh my god. I can't even find it. I think they deleted it. Well, I think they deleted it. Listen, I think it was the mods of our Lego, right? Yeah. Oh, the old mega thread. Yes. There it is. Yeah, this is it. So this is the old mega thread that they had. The Lego mods who, I don't know why the fuck they wanted to do that, but they really cast doubt. They're like, he has a financial incentive to be whatever the fuck he is. The financial incentive... What? Like he has a financial incentive for sensationalism? I will buy that to some degree, but there's fucking evidence. It's not circumstantial evidence, it is evidence. Like, it's a simple fucking thing. If somebody gives you even if you don't sell consignment from corporate, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It's product that does not belong to you. If I walk into a GameStop and I leave my soda on the counter, and then, like, a minute later, corporate walks in and says, the manager of this GameStop no longer owns this GameStop, and he's drinking my fucking soda. It's my soda, dog. Like, what do you don't own my soda because of that. Except instead of a soda, it's $200,000 worth of Lego. Fuck are we talking about? And these guys were like defending. Look at him. He's saying, to clear some of the questions up, we do not take these matters lightly. In short, most of us mods have been on Reddit a long time, and we've seen what happens when users whip themselves up into a frenzy, and it rarely ever makes the situation better. Classic, like, here's a reasonable thing that happens, but let's apply it to a reasonable frustration to make it seem crazy, right? Take something reasonable, take two things that are reasonable and use one to attack the other to make the entire, like, veracity of a claim seem crazy. There have been some high-profile cases where people ultimately ended up being innocent, were harassed, and they're realized by Redditors there's a reason Reddit users still have a stigma around them. Okay, buddy. We are not commenting one way or the other on the situation, except that's what the fuck this is. We are also not providing a platform where users can coordinate to harass those involved, right? I'm British, so obviously I've never been to a BAM store and could not care less if they all close tomorrow. So then why the fuck are you doing this? Again, there's evidence. There's evidence. You can pause to read the evidence on screen when he put it. It's an hour and 15 long video. It's in the New York Times. And even though they are fucking circumstantial a lot of the times, there's plenty of other places that are reporting and who report with veracity of reporting. What are you talking about? Phil reported on it. You high? Like, from what has been shared, both parties have potentially engaged in illegal activity, and the matter is in the hands of law enforcement and legal representatives. Both parties? We're gonna both sides. Okay, tell me, what's worse? What's worse? The murderer or the private investigator who broke the locks or seal on the door to catch the murderer? Is the murder too much? All right. The thief or the guy who filmed the thief? Filming is illegal without consent in Utah. Sure, but you're a fucking thief. What are we talking about? That drives me up a fucking wall, man. Like, That's insane. Both parties are potentially engaged in illegal act. So even reading that sentence just... Illegal activity in the matters in the hands of law enforcement and legal representatives. By the way, the law enforcement in the next two videos that Ben has posted has shown to be incredibly corrupt and in on it, right? There's a lot of evidence that seems to point to that. It's sus. Maybe that's circumstantial, allegedly they're in on it. I'm saying it's alleged right now, right? But a lot of stuff is very suspicious. That's fair to say, right? Problem with American law enforcement specifically should be discussed in a more relevant subreddit. That is the worst fucking response I've ever said. You know what? You know what's crazy? This response is both says Redditors have a stigma around them and ignores the fact that Reddit mods have their own specific insane stigma around them and then just fucking leans into it. It's like Redditors like are, you know, very, very full of themselves and think they have a cause and will just nosedive in and ignore all evidence there. By the way, here is all of the evidence that I am ignoring. And just his own asshole. He's sniffing his own asshole but can't even smell it. I think we're hoping for a less dramatized version to be shared before creating this post. From what has been shared, both parties... Okay, well, I'm rereading this. Speculation is not constructive and could be ultimately damaging. Please try and keep the discussions fact-based. And yes, mods suck. All right, well, fine. We're the garbage men of Reddit cleaning up trash. However, harassment as defined in statewide rules will not be tolerated. Okay, again, the duplicity here. Mods suck. We're garbage men of Reddit cleaning up trash. No one hates garbage men. Like, no, this isn't The Sopranos where we're like, oh man, they're just killing people, like, and being garbage men. Like, they're garbage men perform a good for society and clean up trash. You're like, garbage men don't get to judge what is garbage and what is not garbage. Garbage is just presented to them and they clean it up. You're deliberately judging garbage, right? What qualifies as garbage and not in light of evidence. We've also engaged crowd control due to the surge of users who have no history in the subreddit and rule-breaking comment, which I understand that happens, right? Edit. Unfortunately, a lot of you guys in the comments seem to be unaware of the level of abuse that online mobs can bring. We get death threats on an almost weekly basis from even the most clear-cut black and white post removals. I'll be very clear. I also get death threats. So many people get death threats. It is the internet. Death threats are like the license you get for operating any major thing, right? Somebody found my phone number once. It was really fucked up. 100%. That happens when you get that happens a lot, right? That being said, okay? Death threats are from very specific, insane people. They get death threats not only from this. They get death threats from a lot of different shit. Okay? You don't get to suddenly weaponize death threats as now this situation is crazy when it's a consistent thing. And if it's not a consistent thing, it's the internet. What are you talking about? Before I had a platform, I got death threats. Are you dumb? Like, what are we talking about? Right? Like, so no, we're not going to open the floodgates so those innocent and guilty can be harassed, doxxed, and have... okay, fucking sure. And quite frankly, some of the comments received on this post only validate what we originally allowed on this topic. Just the most tone-deaf response. Again, it's a sick man dying whose Legos are being taken away. It's crazy how on-brand the just glazing here has been for fucking the Lego subreddit. I'm surprised Moist Critical or nobody else has covered it. The fact that they're doing that, it's fucking wild to me that they would even fucking post this, you know? And then apparently, a new mod. Okay, the old Megamyth thread will remain visible. And I think as time has gone on, okay, brigading. Sure. Christ almighty, just give the levels back. Oh, you've lost him, then pay him what he's owed in this contract with you. What a rubbish hill to die on, you idiots. Dude, like, it's kind of crazy, man. Like that. It's crazy. So anyway, all of that has been said. There was a tone-deaf response from the CEO that he issued saying that, like, he's under attack, and they've received, like, similar to this fucking, like, post that they did on the thing, like where these are unverified claims, this individual is twisting it. And now apparently there has been another development because the police department has responded. Moist Critical just posted this. I want to kind of see it if you guys are down to watch it with me. Very quickly, I want to thank the super chats very quick. So Black Rabbit Studios, thank you so much. Heard about Jorge Gutierrez and this AI scandal. Backtrack. Real disappointed as a Mexican American. While glad he 86th. Hope he keeps to his word. I hope he keeps to his word as well. It's fucking. We'll talk about that right after this. Once again, thank you for helping me keep the sanity in these times. What's your thoughts on Trump's Freedom 250 Fest bombing before it starts? Bombing? I gotta check that out. Oh, no. It bombed. Like, as in people dropped out. Yeah, I mean, like, my thoughts on it. Let's go through the bricks and minifigs thing. I will give you my thoughts on it right afterwards, right? Like, there's a couple things I want to check in on, and we'll go through it, right? Okay. Let's see this Penguin Zero video. He just posted this. It's fucking wild.
Unhinged craziness in this huge Lego scandal with bricks and minifigs has just unfolded. The Utah Police Department that was responsible for a lot of the inexplicably hostile and ridiculous behavior that we talked about yesterday with part 2 from Reckless Ben's investigation, that police department...
Oh, also, they held him in jail. Like, they jailed him. It's legitimately, like, very, like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it's not... There's a reason it made the New York Times. Like, it's in other major papers. Like, it's... Those guys won't report on any of this kind of shit before. Like, that's fucking crazy that's a thing that happened.
Department has now sent forth its softest gesture to try and explain their side of things and justify a lot of what's now been put into the public eye. And this guy is... so soft-spoken, it is very difficult to even hear him in the first place. This guy must have just had his fucking tonsils removed. So, I'm just giving you fair warning. It's going to be hard to hear it, but what you can hear is all the bullshit that he's driveling out. And it's so interesting because there have been numerous opportunities now for Bricks and Minifigs and now the American Fork Police Department here to actually start debunking things if there is another side to this, if everyone is being misled by Ben's videos and it's like manipulated footage and out of context to make them all look bad. It's all like this big dubious plot. If that was the case, then why hasn't Bricks and Minifigs been able to issue a response that is trustworthy? Their last response had multiple lies in it that are provably incorrect, especially in regards to the consignment, and there's now been 2 instances of the Bricks and Minifigs top brass going on live stream to try and defend and justify their actions, and it's been a fumble. That has been a fucking floundering of the ages there. They haven't been able to explain their side or debunk any of the claims here or anything. And again, their official statement was littered with lies that are easily provably wrong. So, Bricks and Minifigs hasn't been able to defend...
Like I said, like they did issue an initial statement, and the statement made very little sense. It was a typical corporate PR statement, right? It's just weird. It makes no sense to me, right? Like, it's one of those things. If you've ever... Listen to me. Long time ago... we'll get back to the video in a second, but a long time ago... sorry. My lighting is really bad right now. But, like... what? Is better? No, Jesus. I look like I'm fucking telling a campfire story. A long time ago, Johnson & Johnson... found out that somebody had gone into, like, a bunch of stores and opened up a bunch of bottles. Or somebody found, like, bottles that had, like, razor blades or replaced the pills for Tylenol. And it was a huge worry. Like, because people are like, okay, well, what is Johnson & Johnson going to do? People don't know how many bottles are affected. It's nationwide. It's going to cost them millions of dollars as opposed to just going, okay, well, this is at the time where Tylenol was like you need it, right? Like, you can't just, like, avoid... There's not as many store brand stuff at this time in the mid-90s. And so, like, they're like, what do we do? Do we recall everything and spend lots of money and just take a giant loss on this? Or do we just let it rock and then just hope the next batch replaces it and we'll just take a small little loss, right? Because it'll cost more. They recalled everything. They pulled it off the shelves. They took it in. They did everything. Obviously, yeah, lawsuits are one thing, but like they were just like, we have to do the right thing. And it made sense. Like people were like, oh, that's a fucking really nice thing for them to do, and it garnered a lot of favor towards the brand because they did that, right? There are other instances like Capcom or game companies when they find out that like, oh, well, somebody is using our game in this way and it got flagged and for copyright, you know what, go ahead and let it rock, right? That does happen still from time to time. Or like, you know, oh, mods are okay. Like whenever corporations are like, you know what, like it's a drop in the bucket, but it increases our engagement with users, that's one thing, right? Like, I'm not going to act like corporations are some like benevolent force, right? You are just a glob of people trying to keep your job that make a lot of things. But there's a difference between, you know, like it's 200K, which is a lot to one person, but to your company it's not. And it's 200K, you don't have to pay anybody. You're not paying $200,000. You're just giving inventory that was not yours in the first place back to the owner. If anything, I don't know who your investors are, but they shouldn't continue to invest with you.
Themselves with any evidence or proof, and now the American Fork Police Department comes forward and also can't do that either, telling multiple lies that are immediately provably wrong. So all of the evidence, the actual evidence being provided, is solely from Ben. That is the only place where you can actually, with your own eyes and ears, see and hear what's been going on. From Bricks and Minifigs and now the police
What's
department,
up,
the American
Waylon?
Fork Police Department, their defense is,
You guys like
trust
the
us.
live if you're enjoying
You
it,
just
by
have
the
to
way.
take our word for it. It's all hoopla. They're
Like
manipulating
and share
and
it if you
misleading
can.
you. If that's the case, then prove your side. Show us the whole thing that apparently throws everything else out of whack from Ben's side. They haven't been able to. This little rat here from Bricks and Minifigs, the CEO, like I mentioned, has even
This
come
fucking
forward
guy?
on stream to try and address all of it and garner sympathy and try and explain that they're in the right
Is he
and
going
Ben's
to
in
it?
the wrong. It's all stalking and harassment over nothing.
Yeah.
And he's been unable to prove any of his claims. He just keeps falling back on, I've been mean and weird and harassing about it, that kind of thing. If the
That's the other thing too, is like I understand frustration with harassment, right? But listen very carefully. When you are a giant entity and you do something that's fucked up, like I'm not talking about like where lines are crossed, it is very clear that something is up here. You are being incredibly forceful about this situation. You're not at all trying to, you're being aggressively harsh. When you take a hard stand on that and try to shut people down and are aggressive in it, if obviously you're going to get the equal or opposite response to that. And if you consider that harassment, all right, at a certain point you're not, ask nicely once. Tupac said it best. Like, if you got food behind the door and I'm knocking on the door, can I have some food? The second time I knock on the door, I'm less polite, like, yo, can I have some food? Third time, I'm kicking the door down and I'm grabbing the fucking two and I'm getting the food. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they tried the nice way. Twice! You called the cops!
evidence is on Bricks and Minifigs' side and the police department side, why can't they provide it and show it? Why is their defense always just take us at our word when their word has meant literally nothing? Yeah, here, I haven't watched the police department's video on it yet.
Oh, he's doing a live. I'm not gonna do a live watching a fucking live, okay? I'm not gonna do a live watching a live.
But brother,
I gotta see the. I'm just gonna go to the Bricks and Minifix thing myself. Bricks and Minifix. There's so many screens within screens right now. Do you understand? This is a level of inception I don't think I've ever reached. It's my screen. It's this screen within another screen that's looking at another. It's wow. If you go 3 more things down, you get into another world. Police video. Police response. Because people are saying that they're in on it, right? Okay. All right. Well, what the fuck? Oh, snap. What happened to my internet? There we go. All right. Officer. Okay, thank you.
My name is Cameron Paul, and I am the chief of police for the
What the
American Police
fuck?
Department.
What the fuck?
I'd like to
Hold up.
address the
Hold
matter-
up. Hold up. Hold up. There's no way that's his voice. There's no fucking way that's his voice. There's no... How do you... Who hired you, dude? Who... What the... Hey. Listen. We are the Utah Police Department. We're... the state of Utah Police Department. We're a police department in Utah. We're right now looking for a spokesman to deal with this incredibly difficult controversy. This person needs to be confident, and they need to be able to explain the situation and de-escalate it. Hi, my name is Ben, and I'm really good at de-escalating situations. I like long walks on the beach. I used to be the voice actor guy who said Calvin Klein in the underwear commercials, who whispered it. I like doing ASMR. Do I get a gun with this gig? What are we doing? What are we doing? That's fucking crazy, dude. All right. Back to
My name is Cameron Paul, and I am
Cameron
the chief of
Paul.
police for the American Fork Police Department. I'd like to address the members of our American Fork and Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently circulating on social media that have been presented in a way that calls into question some of the actions of our department. These videos are affiliated with an influencer on YouTube and other social media platforms and stem from a dispute involving a lake.
I can't get over his voice, dude. Are you in is there are there a bunch of sleeping children around you? Did you walk into a kindergarten at nap time? Or is there a cat or a bunch of cats who are just you didn't feed me this morning. I'm really angry. What is going on? What are we doing?
That originates in the state of Oregon.
I have to turn on captions because I'm just worried.
In this message, we will be presenting 4 different cases and police responses from our police department, and will provide a detailed overview as to what happened and what our actions were.
Okay. Okay.
On March 8th, 2026,
Oh, the millennial pause.
an American Fork resident, Joshua Johnson, requested phone contact from the American Fork Police Department regarding a suspicious individual who had earlier arrived at his home. Officer Tonga with the American Fork Police Department contacted Mr. Johnson by phone. Mr. Johnson reported that earlier that same day, a suspicious male had been at his residence. He stated the male was wearing a baseball cap with a UPS logo taped onto it. Mr. Johnson also reported that a suspicious package had been left at the residence. He explained that what appeared suspicious was that the shipping label did not look legitimate. The package was later determined to contain rubber ducks. Mr. Johnson reported to Officer Tonga that he believed the male was an individual named Benjamin Snyder, who, according to Johnson, operates a YouTube channel. Mr. Johnson further explained that civil proceedings were occurring in Oregon and stated that he believed Snyder was sending individuals to his home to harass him. While Officer Tonga was still on the phone with Mr. Johnson, Johnson reported that 2 females had exited the vehicle and were walking toward his property. He also reported that a male driver remained inside the vehicle. Officers Tonga and Richardson responded to the area. Officer Tonga contacted the driver, who identified himself as Benjamin Adams. Although Adams initially stated he was there for unrelated reasons, he later admitted he had been filming Mr. Johnson while Johnson was walking around the exterior of his residence. Adams told Officer Tonga that an individual named Benjamin Snyder had flown into Utah on March 7th, 2026, and had contacted Adams requesting assistance with filming, for which Adams would be compensated by Snyder. Adams reported that Snyder had left prior to officers' arrival and stated Snyder was driving a dark-colored Hyundai passenger car. Officer Tonga issued Adams a trespass warning at Mr. Johnson's request and instructed him not to return to Mr. Johnson's residence. At approximately the same time, Officer Richardson arrived in the area and located a dark-colored Honda vehicle.
Very quickly. Maybe I'm wrong about what happened on the second video then, because it seems like there's something on the second video that I may have been missing, because it's too convenient. Like, I also know that this guy his name is Reckless Ben. He does reckless things, right? But like, if the takeaway everybody's going is like, what happened in the second video? What did he do?
Hope to get them their life
Immediately the volume is so much better.
savings back. The video I made exposing
Things good, honey.
What the heck?
have
We're in Josh's neighborhood. Oh my gosh.
when we showed up, Josh was already outside talking on the phone to someone.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Josh is outside on the phone.
It's crazy.
Wait, do I interrupt his phone call or do we just like wait?
Interrupt this phone call?
Is to travel to his house to have this conversation in person.
Basically, if Josh wants to save the day, I got him a trophy that said,
Oh, okay, so they traveled to his house.
Pretty sure Josh is on the phone with Corporate Bricks and Minifigs. And the reason I think that is we were actually just there.
why are the police at his house?
Oh, there's another one, dude.
If I could find Josh online to see if I could look up any more information about him.
Yeah, they look the
I don't know. I'm skimming through this, so I probably have to watch the. I'll be very honest with you. I didn't know this part had happened.
Never done any of that in my life. I'm willing to do any drug tests. Like, I'm very cooperative. I don't understand, what you're seeing in my eyes.
I'm gonna have a discussion with this officer.
And then the police department illegally redacted this conversation too. My guess is that they acknowledged that
That is one thing that is. But here's the thing, though. I saw the tail end of this. There are multiple points in the raid they do on them where they do things that are illegal and that are redacted from, like, so he got the body cam footage, like this part I remember. He got the body cam footage from them of them like possibly doing something like that.
the police came.
What you guys up to?
We're starting to GoFundMe.
Yeah.
What we're doing is we're gonna get a bunch of publicity to get basically all this money back for this family.
Yeah.
You know, we're not gonna do the lawsuit anymore. We're just gonna do this GoFundMe. We've already got it started.
It can run into some defamation stuff.
Again, the police were thinking of any technicality they could think of to
What's going on? Oh no, I'm just getting a call. All right. Yeah, I mean, like, and then literally
Protect the-
midway through
All the
this,
redactions.
like they pretty much take away their sign, right? You know, and again, like, I can understand like him pressuring them, but again, I'm gonna fall back on this, right? Like, I think that I don't want to speak out of turn, right? Like, but from my understanding, from what I've seen so far in the story, and if I'm wrong, then I'll pull back, right? Is that there are multiple points where they tried to make contact and these guys were being unreasonable. There are multiple points where the police department also crossed the line. I'm not going to act like he's probably completely innocent here. But
And other than that, I can't really delve into any more detail.
But the police made a mistake. They accidentally forgot to mute this police officer's audio. So when you sync the two clips together,
Yeah, that's
I
what
can
I'm saying.
actually hear what they're saying here.
He sees it or give it back? Is it an occasional crime? Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Is he upset about it? I mean, I guess, but that's not.
Yeah, this police officer is
yeah, and so pretty much they pretty much like admit on camera that they're kind of fucking making some shit up. You know? Like, so no lie, the police was called on him over 8 times with no evidence or clear charge. Yeah. That's what I was under the impression of. You know? Do we need Saul Goodman? Yes, you need Saul Goodman. They're dealing meth or something like that. I don't know. I feel like that's the issue. I think I am woefully unequipped to look at this right now because I don't know enough. Look, this is what I'll leave you with, right? Because I would probably have to do a larger video on this, and unfortunately, I don't want to. I hate fucking doing this kind of stuff and just leaving something there. But here's what I'll say: it's very weird to me that this specific individual, or like just in general, this whole bricks and minifigs shit, right? Like, it's very weird to me that, like, it's the conversation is over harassment and not of property ownership, right? Like, it's very clear that's the conversation that wants to be had, and it's a conversation they are not having. And I'm just going to be honest. Anybody would have that conversation. The closest analog is GameStop. GameStop is the scum of the fucking earth. Okay? Bro, you will trade in the Ark of the Covenant, and they will give you $30 in store credit for the Ark of the Covenant. Like, that's how bad that shit is. And even they would do the right thing here, because it fucking makes sense. I don't know what hill there is to die on if you're a business over 200K like that. You know? And to be honest, because when the potential returns are so much more, if you're just a nice fucking person, you know? Like, that's something you also have to understand about corporations, is corporations will always suddenly become the nicest, most activist people you can possibly know the second you realize that they're looking for long-term gains. All the shit you're seeing right now with them doing all of the horrible shit is because they think they can get away with it short-term, and they're nervous about the fucking storm that's going to come for them. And then watch, like, let's say we get sweeps up until 2028. All of the corporations will suddenly be like, oh, you know what? We're championing these causes. We really believe in all the shit that you saw from us the last few years with us raising prices. That's fucked up. We're really for the people, right? And to be honest, some corporations are not just one entity. They're like 5 or 7. They're dozens of different executives in different departments doing different things, right? Some of those executives truly do believe in good things. And a lot of the people at the top are just looking for growth. So, like, you got to fucking understand, there's no reason this should... The fact that the guy who I can't even fucking hear, ASMR Jim right here, or Cameron, is giving me a statement is irrelevant to me. You know? I don't know. That's just how I feel. Let me know what you think. It's wild. Fighting for crimes, Ben is innocent. Yeah. They need to vote the CEO and COO off the board. They absolutely should. I don't know how you continue to run this company after what the fuck just happened this week. It is a complete lack of understanding and malfeasance in your work ethic to fucking do this kind of shit. That's wild to me. Unbelievable. Anyway, that's that. I said I would address the Gutierrez AI thing. Oh, very quickly. Another $5 from Kevin 2307. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. I'm a dude dressed as a different dude playing another dude. Absolutely. What is that in regards to? Oh, the UPS guy. Absolutely. Dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. And also Kaiser617. Thank you again for the super chat. I'm gonna go through them right now. Jorge Gutierrez. So if you don't know about this is another thing. If you guys are worried about AI, Jorge Gutierrez is an animator. Done some really cool shit. Mexican animator, right? Done Maya and the 3, The Book of Life, right? Great stuff. He originally was going to partner with Amazon to do an AI-based animation project called Punky Duck. Now, I have to be very careful and clear about what he was trying to do. So, his goal was to say, I want artists to be centered around the middle of it and to use AI tools for productivity in the process of this, right? To speed up things, to see if there is a workflow for AI arts and animation that would basically make it so that I can understand, like, I'll go over it, but, like, that's what his thing was. He wanted to make it so AI is not used as a replacement for animators, but this is a project that would work where AI is assisting animators. He got a shit ton of backlash, obviously, right? As well as Hideo Kojima getting a ton of backlash. I don't know if you've heard that. Hideo Kojima is also doing some AI shit. And he pushed out of it, like, because he was really, like, people were furious with him. And... where is his statement? Right here. Yeah. I've decided to he said, learning a lot from many of you. Thank you. Lots of information that I'm digesting wholeheartedly. I'm absolutely understanding the concern of using AI to assist in an animation pipeline. For those showing me grace, I really appreciate it. I have a lot to think about. And then soon after, he said, I've decided to drop out of the AI program at Amazon. I will not be making a Punky Duck series. Actions speak louder than words. My intent was to showcase artists, both new and seasoned, both inside and outside the studios, driving this new tech. My sincerest apologies to those I upset. I promise to do better moving forward. Thank you for your patience with me. I will try harder. So that's basic. And then Billy West legend, man, coming there. All right, I have a couple thoughts on this. So number one, I have hot takes, but my stance on AI is pretty clear. I do not like AI, and I have not liked AI as a generative tool just in general, right? Impact on the environment, everything else. Eventually, from technology, they'll get closed-loop cooling, but that's, I mean, sure, like proof of stake in NFTs. I'm sure that's going to happen. The issue right now is that even if you wanted to use AI as a tool, like let's say AI is here to stay and it's just going to become a better Wikipedia and like a Siri that doesn't fuck up every 5.5 minutes. Right now, the damage on the environment is still great and CEOs are misusing it. It is a tool that is being deliberately misused and it doesn't actually improve the pipeline any bit, and it actively is harm. Like right now, the use of it is an active harm to artists, right? So, like, I understand the point of, like, I think it's important to understand what he was trying to do. It's very clear, is probably trying to do, like, hey, why don't we have an animation pipeline where AI assists the artist and it actually works, and then we can just showcase it to everybody. Oh, look, we did something where AI doesn't replace people, so you don't want to replace people, right? But the problem is that CEOs don't want to do that. They want efficiency standards. They want efficiency metrics, and they're very contrarian and they're very aggressive. The group that is pushing this the most are the NFT bros, who are very duplicitous, don't give a fuck about people, don't give a fuck about art, right? If the culture around it was more segmented and differentiated, sure, I would somehow see how you could try to shift it, but that's not what the culture around this is. Like, there's every so often you'll see an AI post about somebody being like, well, I have ADHD and AI helps with it, right? Like goblin tools and stuff like that. I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of evidence that says that there are things that help neurodivergent people. AI can help those people. But, and even in the medical field, there's a nuance to AI. But like the vast majority of the uses right now hurt the environment, hurt people, generally take away jobs that they shouldn't be taking away. They are not efficient. The bubble is popping. That's the other thing I wanted to show you guys. Like, the bubble for AI is not doing well, right? Like, corporations are starting to scale back. Yeah, these are like a little bit fear-mongering, but like, scale back. Corporations, like they're scaling back. Oh my god, I don't know where the fucking thing is. Like, corporate AI. Yeah, there it is. Corporate America is starting to ration AI as cost skyrockets. A lot of corporate places, like even Microsoft, is like, do not use AI on these projects because it's going to cost more than it benefits, right? It costs more because it's not a specific tool, and the things that it does don't work well for iterative work. It is a compiler and a general, again, it's better Wikipedia. That's what it's just going to be. Maybe it'll hurt Google search a little bit, but like, you can't, the way the essence of this technology is not, the way it's being used is very malicious, and in a way that is not to benefit people, but to benefit shareholders, right? And a hammer is a beautiful tool. Everybody should have a hammer so they can hang things up on their wall and they can, assemble furniture. That's great. But if Big Hammer is encouraging everybody to get hammers to murder people, and that's what they're selling, I'm not going to buy a hammer until they stop making hammers specifically to murder people. Do you understand? Like, that's what this is right now. There's no reason to jump in. So I think it's a good thing that he's decoupling from this. I think also it's good to understand the sentiment, to understand why the sentiment doesn't work, right? Intention is one thing. And to entertain the idea that what if AI said there's going to be some, it's going to be like a QR code. There's going to be some version of every technology that sticks around, even if it's bad technology, even blockchain, even fucking hydrogen-based cars, which pee after you fucking, gas them up. Like, all of those things there's going to be some element of that sticks around and iterates into something else that people are trying to make. But that element cannot be a whirring data center in somebody's backyard, the loss of jobs and creativity and animation, and the fucking slop economy that we currently have. This isn't the first time we've had slop economies when something new comes out, right? Every time people try to use technology as slop, it's not breaking down the barrier if you're not building a community with it. And this is not a community. The AIR community isn't a community. It's a rat race. It's people who are willing to backstab each other before it gets to the top. That's what the NFT community was. They just fucking laterally moved here. So I think it's good that Jorge Gutierrez is out of that motherfucker, and we need to not fucking come back to that shit. Just read about it in NPR. Essentially, their AI mode search feature will be the new Google homepage. I don't think that... So I think that's actually being misconstrued. So from what I hear, because it was supposed to be implemented on Tuesday, and it didn't. All right? They're essentially making it so that you have a expanded... like this thing. They're trying to have that be the expanded mode for it. Right? So if you use Google... Okay, like, you're still going to have search, but search is going to have like an AI top here that is easier to engage with. That's what their plan is, right? Because if they get rid of search, to be honest, like, there's that creates a gap in their ability to do things. I think that, like, it's probably not going to be as... If it's like just everything's AI, that's fucking awful. And that is a fucking horrible misfire. I will leave Google and I will go to fucking DuckDuckGo or whatever the fuck. But I don't think that's what's happening. I'm glad that there's a little bit of fear around it, though, to stop them from doing it. When you pressure companies with fear, it works, unless you're a fucking Lego company and you don't want to fucking leave the hill you're dying on. Stop Big Hammer. Fucking facts. Tried to switch to Google alternatives like DuckDuckGo, but they just suck compared to Google, sadly. A lot of things suck, dude. I think a lot of times, like, we've gotten to this point where we're just back in the point, like I said, I talk all the time about... Let me switch my fucking view. I talk all the time about, like, 2012 or 2005 and, like, what 2005 was like. We're, like, in a... If history repeats itself, we're very similar to the 1980s, to the mid-2000s, and to the around 2010, 2012. Because all of those periods are periods of time where there was insane backlash and emotional, like a morality conversation in the zeitgeist, right? So, like, we had a conversation about morality during the Iraq War of whether you have to be consistently pro-America or you're not you're not like supporting your country, and you actually want people to die. You support this horrible act. You have to be in support of this patriotism, like this weird fucking American jingoism, right? That's fucking that was that, right? And then afterwards you had the morality of like propaganda versus warmongering and, civilians dying and technology. Like, that was that era. 1980s, you had trickle-down economics about, like, oh, is your morality working hard and being a traditional family member, or are you a savage and a dreg? And who, like are people really suffering, under the Reagan administration, which they were, or is everyone just not pulling themselves up by that? Like, that's where the corporate malfeasance really came into play. And then 2010 to 2012, where, again, we talked about corporate malfeasance. We talked about morality and what people are just ignoring to just plaster over liberalism. A lot of that is what we've carried over to now, right? Was that idea that, like, people are not as progressive as they say they are. They're also a lot of hypocrites. I think every time we've had a current of moral absolutism, it hurts things. And I'll be very clear. I am not criticizing leftists here, because again, I have a lot of like leftist ideas in what I say. Because also liberals have a lot of moral absolutism. Everybody does. Moral absolutism is not a politically partisan ideology. It is a universal ideology that is used to uphold partisanship. There are people who consistently, like fucking clockwork, will always try to distinguish the people. Like the strategy is, these people who don't believe in this tenet that I've put up are morally bankrupt, and they don't care about this cause, and this cause is root to people suffering, right? So because they don't care about this cause and people suffer, they are somehow making people suffer by not caring about this cause, and they instead care about this cause because they have money and privilege and they can, right? That is an argument that's used by both liberals and leftists for the same thing, right? And conservatives. Conservatives use that shit all of the time, right? Oh, they care about like immigrants or illegal. The bullshit argument is they care about illegal immigrants, and people who are in these small towns are suffering because they can't get jobs and they can't get money, and so cities grow and rural areas shrink. To be honest, they're right about the rural areas shrinking. They're not right about the immigrants being the ones who took their jobs. So, like, this is a consistent issue where, like, the whole goal is to demonize a moral group as being the cause of suffering so that your moral group is upheld. The fact of the matter is that it's not that nobody is causing suffering or that this group is causing suffering. It's that all decisions currently cause some amount of trade-off or suffering for some group. And in order to mitigate that, you have to find lanes in which some people get some reprieve. If Donald Trump loses the election in he's already, like, he's not going to run again, but, like, hopefully. But, like, if the Republicans lose this year and lose in 2028, if we have a repeat of the Obama years and we get to whatever it is, right? You have three options at that point. Business as usual, which is untenable. I don't think that that's going to happen because people are so fucking mad. They're so mad. I'm going to show you a poll in a second. It's untenable. They are very progressive, right? But they're progressive in a way that's like, you guys had this so much time. Fuck all of you in like the bumfuck of Alabama and the bumfuck of Texas who did this shit. You get to fucking deserve, like, eat shit. We're not fucking helping you after all the shit you did. Fuck you. Scorched earth. That will make, I will bet you $1 million. Like, that will make the next 4 years worse. Because at that point, you're not actually going to implement socialism or progressive ideas. You're going to you want revenge, right? Sure. These people, a lot of people who upheld the white supremacy of Donald Trump deserve the comeuppance for what they fucking sowed. They deserve they deserve to be, like, not listened to because their opinion was so bad. However, their suffering was true, and Donald Trump made it worse. So if you just ignore that suffering, they're going to find another figurehead to take advantage of it. It's not a game of, like, who gets to be listened to. It's a game of what figureheads are taking advantages of what demographics, okay? Corporations work the same way. Corporations entirely operate off of what demographic can we squeeze or either engage with or take advantage of. When it's take advantage of, you know it. It's, we're going to paywall this, we're going to make this really fucking hard for people to deal with, and we're going to squeeze you until you have to use our product. The other side of that, the flip side of it, is not corporations, but like politicians are like, what demographic needs something that I could be the champion of that cause to look like that. The good version of what this is, of what all of those are, is like, I want to engage with this community in a transactional way where, and I say I don't want it to be transactional, but in a situation where there's a conflict of interest, there should be transactional influence, where I need there to be a transaction to where if you are in office for us, you deliver on the things that we want as your demographic. That's the whole vote transaction. And we don't have that. We vote on emotion. We vote on emotional promises, not specific promises and specific implementation. Same with corporations. We pay for things off of emotional context of brands, not brand actions, right? I think, oh my God, I'm getting a little lost in the sauce, but like, look, my point overall is that there needs to be a, how do I say this? 260 people in the chat. There needs to be there. Oh yeah, sorry, that's what I was saying. There needs to be a sincere effort to where we don't placate white supremacy, but we solve the problem that white supremacy is manipulating to take advantage of it. Does that make sense? White supremacy wants to manipulate the grievance rural people feel of being locked out of city life, or the grievance working class people feel of being unable to have a voice in the system. We need to be able to solve what Obama couldn't solve, which was the broken down fucking stuff in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. We need to solve those issues, right? We need to have a pro-labor movement, right? Healthcare. Everybody is talking about healthcare, right? You know, like trans issues. Like, even with trans issues, right? We have to talk about the benefits of having trans people in our society and not hold it up as a performative, I like trans people, so that's done. Great. Like, we have to talk about the benefits of the fact that, hey, you get to choose who you are. America's an open world game. We get to choose who we are. We get to jump into our character creator, and midway through life or early on in life, if we feel like something was done wrong in the way like our character creation thing happened, we get to recreate our character the way that we see fit and the way we feel comfortable living. And like, that should be a thing with the country that's supposed to be about freedom and personal freedoms. And so this idea that like again, like, there are some people who are so geared on like, we need traditional they think their values are dying. Everybody right now, it's a very interesting time because everybody right now feels like all of their values are dying. Oh my God, existence for diversity, equity, and inclusion is dying. Or also, oh my God, traditional Christian values are dying, even though they're not, right? Everybody feels that they are in danger of losing whatever there is that they have, right? Despite the people in office being what one side wanted. Even that side, it feels bad about it, which means that the system does not listen to people. So whatever happens in the next 8 to 10 years needs to take into account the fact that this is not about like beating the enemy. Unless the enemy is tribalism. It's about building the community that no one fucking bothered to. Nobody bothered to build the community with everybody in mind. Nobody bothered to say that, okay, steam rises together, we're all going to make money, we're all going to be able to eat and be okay, right? In every industry on hard times, that's what gets people through. The only reason TikTok and social media is still a thing is because of that. People deal with the poison because they want to find a community that will support them. Do you know how many fucking TikToks I see of people being like, I can't pay for groceries, and people will give them money for groceries, and they'll build platform off of it. My life was fucking upended by social media because of like me just trying hard at stuff, right? The goal is to build community, not to gatekeep until you have the perfect community. You will never have the perfect community. Like, you will always have, there are going to be people you find out there are going to be people right now who used generative AI and were fucking assholes and completely wrong about this issue, that years later you go, all right, well, you know, they're actually helping me, and people will forgive them like that. They do it to everything. They do it right now. Like Tom Steyer, is a billionaire who said some dumb shit, who owned private prisons, and we're forgiving him because he's being progressive. Sure, great. People make mistakes. Like, everyone has this. Maybe it's because I had a dad who's an alcoholic, so I understand imperfect people, but we have a lot of imperfect people who we don't admit are imperfect. Hassan Piker is incredibly imperfect. I think there's a lot of things that he gets wrong, but god damn, do a lot of people say that he's a fucking problem, but then put other problematic people on. If you want to say all of these people are problematic and you only want this specific type of person on the show, just say so. But don't say that, like, oh, I don't want sympathy with terrorism, but then also put on people who have, they themselves sympathized with terrorists. I would assume January 6th is terrorism as it was called by CNN, or do they want to pretend it's not? Like, what are we doing? Thank you for coming to my other Zed talk. I'm not done with the stream, but I'm just saying. On Wednesday, we had a trouble meeting about a township meeting about a data center in Plymouth. Meeting in PA. Meeting was completely full. Like, it was full and it showed so much the community cared. Yeah, the data centers, people are really fucking mad about the data centers. People are a level I haven't seen in a while, and it is honestly very heartening and very incredible. And I really need to take a second real quickly because I got to give a shout out to Brian Riggs 4406, the $50 super chat. Thank you so fucking much, Brian. Thank you so much. All right. I'm going to turn off monetization for a little bit for you guys just because of that. I appreciate that so much, Brian. That was very kind to you, brother. That helps me out. That helps me do this. Thank you. I'm going to read your thing in a second. Bam. Monetization's off. Thank you, guys. Guys, if you can donate even $1 or anything like that to the super chat, keeps the stream going, keeps us being able to do these kind of shows, helps me pay the editors, including Mario, who is not here because he's at a wedding. God damn, Mario. But anyway, did you hear about Ken Paxton filing a lawsuit against Discord to get them to implement strict age verification like digital ID and facial recognition? And these online laws being pushed by states and U.S. Congress will threaten speech and privacy? Yes. I didn't hear Ken Paxton doing that, but I know about the laws about Discord and the just consistent need for age verification and how that shit has been playing out. Listen, man, like, I feel like, especially when we're talking about Discord and all of these kind of things, like, there's been a huge issue with the way that, like, a lot of these tech companies, let me just go back to my other screen so it's just not my face, so you can have some more stuff there. How we doing, by the way? Everybody doing okay? Make some make some noise. Let me know in the chat if you're doing okay. I'm gonna start playing some more beats and shit like that. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, I think a lot of people are trying to implement this age verification thing, and it's getting incredibly out of hand, right? Like, it's gotten to a point where, you know, like, I already had problems with everything needed an account, and just these companies can't keep data private at all in the first place, right? That's why I always do the incognito sponsorships, because I do believe in that shit. I know a lot of people don't, but I sincerely believe in that. It's actually been very helpful for me. So, not just the being able to hide my data, but like, something that's frustrated me especially is, like, I also am under the belief that, like, corporations are never altruistic entities. They're entities that have a very, like, transactional, incentivized relationship with things. Like, they'll do the thing whatever makes them go. They're selfish. At the same time, they're also a little inept because there's so many people. When I worked at Apple, And again, I wasn't like the head in the boardroom, but like to get a small decision took like 5 or 6 meetings. And every corporate job I've ever had, a small decision takes like 15 meetings, you know, like well, not 15, but like 3 meetings. And it's very granular. And because there are so many cooks in the kitchen and there's so many different departments, so many different people, like it's very rare that like decisions get fast tracked. And when they do, they're prone to a lot of risk. So they're very risk-averse corporations. And I think when you understand that, you'll know that the age verification is built on risk aversion. They're gonna probably fuck up with it, because I don't know how the fuck you, like, I don't know how you implement that and don't expect for shit to hit the fan consistently over the next few years, right? They're I think especially the way it's implemented in Texas. Look, man, like there were websites that like there was a lot of stuff that like from what I heard in Atlanta that's like restricted when I went to MomoCon, you know? There's a lot of stuff in different places that is being like I'm super against censorship and super pro free speech and everything like that. I think the other reason why I'm not as like incredibly worried about it is because I think when it comes to values or money, corporations value money more, and so do politicians. So this age verification thing right now is meant to be like, it's literally just meant to be like, oh look, we're protecting kids. Also for data, but again, I think they're inept data. That's the main issue I have. But like, it's, oh, we're protecting kids. It'll evaporate. Like people will get mad. It'll evaporate. And it'll just go back and forth, you know. I do think that any version of the COSA or SOPA, like SOPA 2.0, needs to be stopped, though. That's that I'm not budging on. But that's what I've seen. If there's any articles you need me to read, just let me know. I'll pull them up. I want to see about the Ken Paxton thing, like what he fucking did. Oh my god, I need to. This is an incredible photo right here. What a fucking, look at that. Look at that man. That's your next senator right there, isn't that? How's James Talarico gonna beat this? Just the he looks like a hot pocket. Very clearly. Also, my Apple Watch keeps pinging me about like wildfires because I live in California. Oh, what? No fucking way. Yup. Talarico leads Paxton 47 to 44% in the U.S. Senate general election, aided by 72% of moderates and 64% of independents. Yup. That's what happens. That's what happens. Let's move on to America 250 and the dropout. And I'll say this. Listen. Or Freedom 250. Trump was holding a concert called Freedom 250, right? He wanted that, celebrating 250 years of America. He now wants it canceled because every fucking artist dropped out, and people are wondering, like, oh, this is a fall on your face moment for Trump. It definitely is, but I just need everybody to understand, like, I think a lot of people take the bluster of conservatives and think, oh, that's what's going on, and, you know, that's what they're confident. So we have to be it's bad that they're confident. We're in danger because they're confident. People can be confident and stupid, even with power. So, and I'll give you an example. This is Donald Trump's current approval rating. All right, nationwide. This is from Civics. This is a poll. Okay. I saw this the other day, and I wanted to share it with all of you. The cool thing about this poll, and it's obviously an aggregate, right? Or is it just the Civics poll? Maybe, I think it's just the Civics poll. But like, it's where he is right now. This is the map view of where he is underwater. Okay? I just want you to look. You know what? Let me do you one better. I'm going to do you one better. I'm just going to help paint this picture for you so you understand exactly what's going on, okay? All right? So number one, let me find the map from 2024. 2024 election results, okay? Okay. Let's look at this map real quickly. Oh, it's fucking blocking me right now. Give me a second. Let me pull up this little like graphic for you so you understand. Okay. This is not fucking coming out. It's pissing me off right now. Oh my god. Oh my god, Google. Okay. Alright. These are... This is fucking terrible. Alright. On this. These are the election results for 2024. Okay? So let's go through this very quickly. Alright? Keep in mind, red, not good for Trump. Red, bad for Trump. Okay? So anything on this that's red here and is orange, sorry, orange is bad for Trump. Anything that's red here and orange here is a fuck up. Okay? Anything obviously blue here and blue here is a fuck up. So no blue. All right? They want red blue, right? Or like, that's what it is. All right? So California hates Trump, went Democrat last time. All right, that's pretty solid. Nevada went Trump. He is minus 19 in the state. I think this is Arizona. Arizona went Trump. He is minus 13 in the state. Okay. All right. Colorado. Right. Colorado. New Mexico. I'm bad at geography. I'm sorry. Colorado, New Mexico. Minus 32 of those. Probably reliably the Democrat. Okay. Here's where it gets interesting. Nebraska, which went 4 electoral votes to Donald Trump. Nebraska, he is 5 points underwater. That not good. Iowa, state my girlfriend is from. I don't know if she's watching. She helped me with the stream. She's probably giving me shit right now. Iowa, the state my girlfriend is from. -7. He won that. Decisively, by the way. Okay? Missouri. Fucking Missouri. Red here, orange here. Texas, -13. He won that. Donald Trump's approval rating is so fucking bad. It is endangering multiple states. Listen, we've been looking all year at how things have been swinging. The Democrats on the generic congressional ballot aren't doing super well, but they're winning by an average of like 14 to 20 points. All of these coincide with 20-point swings or more. It tells you two things. Number one, it tells you that people are mad at the Democratic Party, but they're mad at of what's gone on. They don't like what's gone on, which means they want something fresh. Probably not going to go third party again. Like I said after 2024, start now. Nobody started. And Butch Warre did not start. That guy is. I have so many fucking problems with him. Like I'll tell you at a certain point. I have a friend who endorsed him. I love her, but I disagree with him on a lot of like he's. I'll talk about that at another point. But like, dude, like Louisiana, he's under all these things are under. He is so unpopular. The reason people are pulling out from this Freedom 250 thing, the reason he's doing so badly is because it's not a joke. Like he's just trying to flex to cover shit. And the fact that what surprised me was these three: Iowa, Missouri, and Nebraska. That's crazy to me that they're close, that they're upset. They're upset. Alabama, yeah, of course, right? Mississippi. How is Louisiana? How is he -3 in Louisiana? How is he -10 in Florida? Florida fucking is DeSantis nation now. South Carolina, he's under. Georgia, -21 in Georgia. John Ossoff. North Carolina, it's a bloodbath here. And then definitely in the blue wall, or what formerly was the blue wall, these three states, he's very, very under, right? So there is a potential for pickups here. There's a potential for a lot of flips. There's a potential that the Senate is in play, even with the fucking gerrymandering and shit that they've done. Like, he's so drastically unpopular. That being said, similar to the 2006 election, when they elected a lot of blue dog Democrats who were conservative, but, you know, were Democratic partisans, because their label was the Democratic Party, they swung that election and they stopped a lot of Bush's, like, Iraq war things, right? Centrism isn't working as much in this race. Like, even the centrists are having to dial back their centrism, and progressives are just running as they are. You know, there are times where money has infiltrated the race, but there are times where money, the dollar, the power that the dollar buys you on a vote is diminishing returns at this point. You know, I've always said that, like, it feels like when politicians or establishment types try to stop the floodgates, the dam starts to just crack, and it's cracking. It's really cracking, especially for the Trump administration. They're in a lot of trouble, and, like, you'll see them do crazy shit. You'll see them talk a lot of shit because it's all meant to pressure you into being, like, complacent, like this is over. It's meant to have you infight with other people because, like, oh, you have to pick the perfect candidate. They want people who will solve the problem to fight with people who want electability so that both of you hate each other, versus we want to be, like, overly realistic. Well, you need to be better about doing these things, and you guys can meet and find something that's better. You know, I would rather have that in my politics than whatever the fuck else we have right now. But yeah, the Freedom 250, like, every artist dropped out. You know, like, we have so many, and then now he wants to cancel, right? Martina McBride, Morris Day, Young MC. Like, you know, the other thing is, a lot of the artists who they got didn't even know they were doing a Trump show. They were told by the people, oh, it's just a fun show for America, blah, 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 blah. They dropped out, bro. They had the lights of Martina McBride, Flo Rida, and the Commodores. How the fuck are Commodores? Alongside 90s groups like Milli Vanilli and Vanilla Ice. How Milli Vanilli? Bro, like, the out of touch. Listen, man, like, if you want to build a conservative media ecosystem, like, there are talented people who make things that I disagree with. They're not Milli Vanilli and Vanilla Ice. At a certain point, it's not that your media sucks because it's conservative. It sucks that it's because it just sucks. You're picking, like, the wrong people to do shit. You're handing a check to the worst people. Who attacked Ice Cube? Florida is good. Gonna be +8 for... Florida's gonna be +8 for Trump after he attacks Cuba. I mean, I don't know about that. Attacking Cuba, listen, like, there's a lot of Cubans in Florida who will vote Trump because of that, like, conservative Cubans and everything like that. But, like, that has diminishing returns, man. People don't like the way wars are. Like, and keep in mind, it's not like he's attacking Cuba in a vacuum. He's attacking Cuba with a bunch of other shit. Do you understand? Like, he's attacking everybody. He's fucking just firing a gun wildly in the air. Remember Venezuela? Venezuelans were very happy. Well, there was a lot of Venezuelans who were very happy with the fall of Maduro, right? Because he is not a socialist at all. He's a socialist in name only. And then, like, obviously it was bad for Venezuela. Like things are not great there. Still really bad. Still terrible, right? Then he attacked Iran. And it's the same thing. People in Venezuela are like, what the fuck's going on? Like, people don't, it's not that he's, like, attacking and, like, saving. It's like he's a guy going into a bar and firing a gun wildly. If you attack Cuba, bro, you're just attacking everybody. And keep in mind, the story from these two places that he's attacked is he's made them worse after he's attacked them. So what is that, like? I don't think Cubans are going to be happy when he fucking launches shit at Cuba, or he starts some shit with Cuba, and he's just like, no, you pick up the mess. Okay? If there are people, let's say this, if there are people in like, if there are people who have taken a family hostage in their house, and this guy goes, all right, we're gonna send people in, we're gonna get them out, okay? And they send people in, and they fucking shoot they shoot the kids, like, everybody gets just bloodied, bullets everywhere. They punch the robbers, and the robbers say, I give up. And they're like, all right, don't do anything, and they leave. They don't cuff them. They cuff 2 of them, but they leave one of the guys who just like says sorry. He's like, all right, go do whatever you want. You still left a robber in the house. You still shot people who were there. The house is still fucked up. You didn't save anybody, bro. The neighbors are fucked. And you're like, you should thank me. Fuck no, I'm not thanking you. Cubans have an emotional context to what they've been fed, like, you know, a lot of people who side with Israel, who have been fed propaganda for forever. For forever! I never thought in my lifetime I'd see support for Gaza, and now here we are. But people have been fed propaganda forever, right? Some propaganda isn't as strong. Some propaganda is, like, it's stupid. People are, like, it's stupid. Like, no one's gonna be like, if you attack their... Listen... There are Arab countries that are corrupt, okay? That, like, I wish, like, something was done, but, like, it doesn't help. And, like, people from those countries talk all the time. It's not just the old heads who are talking, okay? Like, most people, like, you know the thing about, like, Iran and all these nations, right? Like, all Middle Easterners distrust their government, okay? We all just dislike government types because they're all fucking corrupt to us. It's just a thing. So I don't think Cuba flips because I don't think Florida flips just because of if he attacks Cuba. You know, I think it's more nuanced than that. But I think he's in trouble here. But yeah, I also don't know why the fuck you would hire Vanilla Ice. That's a crazy pull, man. That's insane. Vanilla Ice. That's, if you're somebody who's dancing to Vanilla Ice, oh man, dude, like, what happened to you? Do you have a job? Is there something you do for outside of, you know, poor taste? Okay. Let's move on. How are we doing, by the way, guys? Oh my god, another super chat. Ignister Zone 5399. Thank you so much for the super chat. We see a lot of right-wing fingers trying to jump ship and rebrand. Where do you think the right will go once Trump is gone? Will they go more neocon, paleocon, Groyper, or some weird fusion? I think they hard pivot from neocon. I think they hard, well, not neocon. I think they hard pivot from Trump. They try to go, because right now the brand is toxic because it's it's overly intensive conservative, and they need to try, like, for example, the Tea Party. George Bush's biggest issue was the fact that he deliberately overextended the powers of the executive branch, desecrated them, kind of wiped his ass with the Constitution, and just did shit. And so it was this, like, what the fuck is going on? This guy is breaking the law. He's a war criminal. He's an asshole. Nothing will ever get better in America. There's nothing that we can change because, like, there was a real cynicism. Like, the things you guys are feeling, like, I felt that shit. Right after that, conservatives, when they wanted to rebrand against Obama, they were like, oh, Obama's actually overreaching. It's government overreach. Before it was, the government, you have to always suck the government's dick because they're always good to you, right? And then when people hated Bush for that, for being like an asshole and abusing his governmental power and his executive power, they were just like, oh, okay. So they hate that now. So now you're rebels and you're actually trying to uphold America. And they try to find that vein. So I think right now, the vibe is, obviously Trump is abusing American democracy or trying to kill American democracy. I think they will go to some sort of thing where it's like you're actually eroding the values of America. You know, like MAGA values MAGA will be like neoconservatism. MAGA will be like a pariah if it loses 2 elections from now, right? Because at that point, Trump's election track record will be so devastatingly bad. Keep in mind, like, he's won 2 elections, like 2 major ones, out of how many? Let's see, 2016, 2018. 2016, he won. 2018, he lost badly. 2020, he lost badly. 2022, he underperformed. His picks underperformed. 2024, he won. And then 2026, he's probably going to lose. So then that would mean that out of 6 election cycles, he's won 2. That's what's the percentage on that? That's 33%. He has a 30% victory margin. It's not great. And it's not great with what the party costs. So, like, yeah, I mean, he'll have loyalists in the party, but, like, the point is to dead the idea, right? To make the idea so poisonous. And right now, that's already happening. The idea right now for Trumpism is so poisonous. Like, again, let's look back at that fucking civics poll. Look at this shit. If you're looking at independence, where is it? Independence. 61 to 31. That's a negative 30 rating amongst independents. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's an insane statistic. Even look at this. Like, for Republicans, amongst Republicans, 83% approve, disprove 10%. This should not be this number. This number is worse than Biden's number. The number should be 88, which is low, to like 92. That's what you need in terms of partisan approval rating, right? This tilts it, but he's losing numbers here too. So, like, it's bad, right? Like, to act like it's nothing is like, that's the other thing. People a lot of times feel like Trump is not going to get punished. He is already getting punished. There are things that he wanted to do that he's not getting to do because he is so deeply fucking unpopular and hated by a large majority of Americans. And he should be, because he's a fucking piece of shit asshole. And I have no sympathy for him. But yeah, that's the fucking truth. All right, let's play some more beats. Let me find another one we can fucking just run to. A pilot kid. Oh, let's do some classy. My boy. All right. How we doing, guys? How we doing, chat? We doing all right? Trump executing agendas drafted by the Heritage Foundation, the America First, but which is more. And America First, which is more Nazi right. Yeah, he's doing the Heritage Foundation, which is more Reaganist. Like, it's very obvious what he wants to make it. Like, he admired Nixon and he admired the Reagan era. He wants to make it like, I think it's a misunderstanding to think that Trump wants to enrich the people at the top. He wants to, obviously, but he also wants to create the era of like, oh, if you're strong, you live. If you're weak, you die. He's rich person Shishio, if you get the thing from Kenshin, right? He's like Kaido. If you get the One Piece reference, Kaido in One Piece is this guy who believes that like he's all about honor, but like in dishonor and bloodshed, right? He wants harsh death, blood to rule, and the manipulation and the slavery and the hurt and the pain of people. He doesn't give a fuck about that. That's who he, like, Kaido is that. Like, the Celestial Dragons are like Trump because they're little prickly bitches, but like Kaido, that mentality is how Trump sees himself and how Trump sees business. He wants that to be the business. It should be a world of business-based violence, like market-based carnage, and the strong live and the weak die, and that's true capitalism. But the thing is that version of capitalism was ultimately destructive, fucked over everything in the 80s for Reagan, but Trump was doing well in the 80s, right? Because he fucked over people. Like, too bad. If you're strong enough, you'll live. That's why he likes Mamdani, because Mamdani was a gangster. He fucking fought and beat Cuomo. That's why he likes Mamdani. He hates all of Mamdani's policies, but he respects the fucking swing. He doesn't like Obama because he thinks Obama is like, tries to play the sympathy card, and like he's like, that's not true strength and everything like that, and he fucking gets mad at that. But when it comes to the actual fight, bro, he'll fucking he wants like bloodshed to rule the day. So that's what it is. Black Rabbit, what's your full name, brother? Black Rabbit Black Rabbit Studios 11. Thank you so much for the $5 for the $2 super chat. Thank you, man. Oh, you comment a lot. I appreciate you. Thoughts on people criticizing Obama being a neo-lib? I mean, I think people criticize Obama for a lot of things, but they criticize Obama in the wrong way. Obama is not like that's. I can understand why people feel Obama is a neo-lib, because the definition of a neo-lib now is different than it was then. Obama is a mid-2000s progressive, but that is generally not as progressive as people are now. Obama is more to the right of Elizabeth Warren than with her, but Obama will support Mamdani because he's a community organizer and he understands issues, right? I think people don't understand how badly the Biden allies fucked Obama during his term. They're also not on good terms right now. They hate each other, Obama and Biden, or Biden at least hates him. They don't like each other right now because Obama was not supportive of him and said nothing, and so he thinks Obama's a fucking bitch. And I don't know. I think you should take accountability for being a bad candidate. Oh my God, we got another super chat. Thank you guys so much for these super chats. Keep them coming. They really help the channel. Also, like the live. If you're loving the live, please like the live. Share it with some friends. We got a lot more to talk about. I'm staying on for a little bit, guys. We're gonna have a good time. All right, let's go. Go to channel. Who is this? Ignister Zone. Your name was cut off. Ignister Zone 5399. Thank you so much for the super chat. What are my thoughts on the Boys finale? Do you think they fumbled like Game of Thrones and Stranger Things, or was it good for what we got? Oh man, I have a lot of people are gonna be mad at me for this take. All right, let's pull this motherfucker up. The Boys finale, season 5. All right, here's my thought, and this actually goes into what I wanted to talk about today. Also, so we need to talk about this. We need to talk about the midterms, and we need to talk about media during the midterms. If you have noticed, over the last, let's say since 2016, every fucking midterm election has a giant big property that is dropping something really cool that's coming. Oh man, it's a thing that's going to happen. They have a brand new game, movie, film, gun, I don't know what the fuck, comic book. There's a new property always dropping. And the second it drops, oh my God, they ruined it. They killed it. This is the worst thing in American history. We're all dead. They fucked the franchise. They forgot what made it good. In fact, it's indicative of the culture that we live in. We are in such a destroyed culture that this would suck. Here is the problem. Usually not great, but not that bad either. People hijack media and commentary on media so they can have their swing for whatever term it's in, right? I'll give you 2 examples. Number 1 is Last of Us. Last of Us 2 was a complete hijack. The Last Jedi, same thing. It's Star Wars. Gamergate people, like a lot of nerds, Star Wars fans always hate whatever iteration there is. They all wanted Dave Filoni for years. They got him. They hate it now. I'm telling you, like The Last Jedi, even if you didn't like that movie, the way that campaign was pitched was to radicalize people that the culture is destroying it, and that's why this movie sucks. Same with The Last of Us that year in 2020. Here's the thing. There are other games that came out that year, right? In 2020, I think. Let me see if the thing I'm thinking about did. When was it released? No, it wasn't released then. But like, there are other games there are other media properties that came out in 2020 that were also hijacked, and they were hijacked by the opposite. There's other properties that have been hijacked by more progressive sources to do the same thing, because again, it's politics. It doesn't give a fuck about your feelings, except if it can manipulate them. So, what do I think about The Boys Season 5? I thought it was mid. I thought that there were a lot of things in there where the jokes didn't land as hard. There were some really cool moments. There are some moments I thought that were really cool. And I feel like a lot of other people did because they were shared ad nauseum that everybody liked them. I thought the finale was going to be a shit show and hated no matter what happened. There were multiple leaked scripts versions of the finale that were shown. There wasn't really one of them that like matched. There were some possible ones that matched or that were similar, but there wasn't really one that hit the nail on the head like they were thinking of what happened. But every script that was shared, multiple different versions, every single one got the same treatment. Oh, it's fallen off hill. It's terrible. If only this happened. And then another one was shared. Why? Why don't they just do what's in the comic book? By the way, the Boys comic book is not incredible. It's like Wanted. People who like it are fucking... It's weird that they like it. Because any comic book fan that I ever... Like, I know a lot of comic book fans. I asked about The Boys. I read The Boys when the first season came out afterwards. I thought it was okay. It's like Wanted, the movie with James McAvoy, where it's a bunch of villains. That was supposed to be like Watchmen for villains. And if you read the book from Mark Miller, I think it kind of sucks. It's not great. It's like it's Mark Miller has this habit of being this kind of asshole when he writes, and like a lot of his stuff is some stuff is really great. I love the Secret Service, but like it's unlikable. Right? Kingsman is great though. Kingsman is awesome. Civil War as a concept was cool, and then he fucked it because his main book sucked. Yeah, he's a hit and miss author. Kick ass, I love. Man, I gotta tell you, like the amount of people I've seen sing the praises of The Boys over the last few weeks. It's crazy how many fans were made in 2 weeks. How many people suddenly give a fuck about the integrity of the ending after 4 seasons of them going wildly off script. Wildly. I'm old enough to remember where the decision to kill Black Noir was like, oh, that's cool. It'll be better this time. The amount of people who missed the fucking point of Homelander. It's like when in 2000. We're going back by parallels to the mid 2000s, 2008 when Dark Knight came out, or Ra's al Ghul with the Joker. Like there was this habit of like having these incredible like comic book movies at the time felt like they centered a lot around the villain, right? Spider-Man. Everybody was hyped for Venom and Sandman, and all of the stories about Spider-Man and that were like, oh, whatever, right? Like they were really kind of dismissive of it, right? The X-Men were all about the villain. Like the fucking who else? What was the other comic book movies that I saw in the what were the mid 2000s comic book movies that we had the privilege of? Mid 2000s comic book movies. Fantastic Four flopped, but like Incredible Hulk, that focused on Hulk. Daredevil kind of focused a little bit more on Elektra and the Hand and the Kingpin, right? That trailer did. Batman Begins focused on Batman, but but Ra's al Ghul, like Liam Neeson's Ra's al Ghul came out as a big thing in that, and people really loved that. And the portrayal of Scarecrow, everybody was talking about Cillian Murphy. There was just this big, Kevin Spacey as Lex Luthor, right? The big one was Heath Ledger, right? Everybody imitated Heath Ledger like, oh, he's some fucking brilliant guy, like in this movie, right? And the problem is, Heath Ledger is bad. The whole movie is telling you that you think that his cynicism is correct, and he's fucking wrong. Because he preys on people's worst intentions. He's a manipulative, vicious person who preys on anxiety to create. They both prey on people's, Batman and the Joker both prey on people's fear to elicit a response. Batman preys on people's fear, right? Like preys on criminals' fear to elicit them hiding. The Joker preys on people's fear to elicit and manipulate. Like they're foils, right? And like to believe that's the role model is fucking stupid. So I don't know why the life of me you didn't get that Homelander fucking sucks. He's sucking titty milk. As a grown man, he bathes in titty. Like, that's not new. Like, the tone of the satire was consistent. It was just, it wasn't hitting as hard because they ran out of a few ideas. But the tone's been there. Hero-gasm? The fucking Soldier Boy one-liners from a couple seasons ago? Like, even the fucking first season. How, like, Translucent and all these guys talk to each other. Like, it's the same. There were just points where it's like, oh, we're at the end, so we'll hope you give us the benefit of the doubt a few more times. And, like, that got tiresome. And I didn't like that. I didn't like certain aspects of it, right? Like, I thought Huey was great throughout it. I thought Starlight was hit and miss. I thought the Deep... I liked the Deep's concept of his storyline. I disliked the execution at points, but it was all right. It was fine. Like, it's not bad. Like, I've seen... Game of Thrones was bad. Stranger Things was, like, okay. It was just not as hype as we would have let it out to be. It was a letdown, right? It was a letdown. It felt like it was going through the motions. That's what the issue is. It's like a lot of these finales feel like they're going through the motions. But is Stranger Things this, like, fucking devastating letdown? Guys, like, Game of Thrones ruined its mythology. Even Stranger Things didn't necessarily ruin its mythology. Game of Thrones literally just set up things that just... They set up and toned things in a certain way to expect something, and they didn't capitalize on any of it. And so because they didn't, the entire story that you go through has no meaning in certain parts, and you feel like you wasted your time. That's why it's even hard for me to watch the show, because if I watch it, I'm like, what does this mean? The significance of this moment is lost because it just feels like it's just a bunch of people just fucking killed for no reason. This is dumb. Even House of the Dragon, you understand it's going to lead to this moment, to this series, and like where the series starts, like, yeah, like I know where the series is going to start and who's king and what and what's going to happen. And so that at least has some payoff. Like, okay, I know what this is leading to. But now that I know what Game of Thrones leads to at the end, I'm just like, I have no, what the fuck is the point? It's like watching the Star Wars trilogy now, like the new trilogy. I know where this leads. It's just fine. Okay. Doesn't really go anywhere. Like, it takes it out of it for me. Right? And, like, even endings I disagree with, I can still enjoy the journey there. Where, like, okay, it ends this way, and I appreciate it, but, like, the journey there... Like, Yu Yu Hakusho is a manga series that famously had a terrible ending. And then they kind of fixed it in the anime. But, like, when they fixed it in the anime, there was, like, a heart to the ending that made sense, that made you feel like you go through it. Dragon Ball, the brilliant manga that has defined generations, had an ending where the end of Dragon Ball is basically Goku. The original ending of Dragon Ball is very abrupt, right? The original ending of Dragon Ball is Goku... where's Goku and Oob? Spoilers for this manga that's been like 20 years, right? The original ending of Dragon Ball is Goku finds this kid named Oob, who's a reincarnation of the monster that they killed, who's like the bad guy, right? And what he does is he's like, okay, I'm going to go train this guy. He leaves his family to go train this kid. And is like, okay, say bonsai. And then Toriyama's like, this is all I can show you. And at the end of the day, like, you know, I'm sure the Earth will be in danger again, but don't worry, because Earth has the Dragon Balls, right? And people were like, this is an abrupt ending. It feels like kind of, I guess it's poetic. It's just what happens, but it feels like it sucks because it ended. It's done. Like, and we don't get to have like this denouement. Like, it's poetic for what it is. It's fine. He redid the ending years later, and he has this little scene where Goku calls his. Oh, I get emotional because I love this ending. Like, he calls his cloud, the Kinton, right? Like, let me find this. Like, the Dragon Ball. I'm still talking about the boys. Don't worry. Like, new ending. But this, I want to compare it to show you what I'm talking about, right? Okay. He calls this fucking... Oh, I have to fucking... He calls this little cloud, right? That's what I'm saying. This cloud is a major thing in Dragon Ball. It's basically... It's Nimbus, right? And basically, if you are pure of heart, you can float on it, and you can ride it. And Goku says, I'm going to call Nimbus, and I'm going to give it to you. And if you're pure of heart, and remember, this kid is the reincarnation of a fucking demon who almost ended the universe. He killed so many fucking people, and he's reincarnated in this like 10 or 13, like a 13-year-old kid who's strong. And he's like, listen, if you're pure of heart, you'll float. And he puts him on the cloud, and he floats, and then he dashes off, and Goku sees himself, right? Where like he was a thing sent to Earth to destroy it. And now you have like this like kind of parallel, and then they change the ending coda too, where it's not like I was such a bitch, dude. It changed the ending to like it's not like I'm sure Earth will be in danger again, but they always have the Dragon Balls. They change it to I'm sure Earth will be in danger again, but it'll be okay because they have some pretty like great guys, like pretty strong people, and I love that. Because the whole point of the show is it's less reliance on the Dragon Balls and it's more reliance on growing up to be the show is so the book and the work of art is so much about becoming a better person and using fighting to become a better person. You're not a hero or a villain. You use fighting to become a better person. And that's the point. What the fuck is the point of Game of Thrones? People kill each other and die and nothing changes. The system continues, so the effort was meaningless for 8 seasons. I fucking hate that. The boys at least had a point. The boys' point, which I think was interesting, right? The point of the boys was... Let's go back to it. The point of the boys of this series is that the battle over supremacy is only leads to pain. Superheroes, the idea that like people are above or below, this idea of hero worship leads to fascism, and this idea of abject and absolutist violence leads to genocide. And they both go there. And it's not the idea that, overthrowing fascism is equally bad. That's not what it is. It's the specific idea of supremacy. Just the idea of supremacy. The idea of extremism and absolutism. And how American culture feeds into that. Right? The people who survive, like in the boys comic book, nobody survives. In this, the people who survive have a faith in humanity and people doing the right thing, even though it doesn't all, like Huey lives. Huey does the right thing. He makes the hard decisions, but he does it through compassion. He is the only person in the boys who comes out of it, like everybody comes out of it better, but he's the most impactful person in the boys throughout the whole thing. He kills Butcher, like when Butcher's about to commit a genocide. He's the driving force behind Annie and Butcher and all of them, right? Like going through all of this shit. Like yes, Butcher kills Homelander. Homelander is an avatar for fascism and all of this kind of stuff and supremacy. But, like, Huey's the one who gets it right. He's the person we look to and like, oh, this is the correct character. His worldview is correct. We have to follow it. That's what we're doing. Oh, he moves on. Like, both him and Butcher suffered traumas of losing their loved one. But Huey, when confronted with the end of that, I mean, obviously he's dating Starlight, right? But Huey, confronted with all of this shit, decides to show compassion. And Butcher at the end is like, no, man, you did, you didn't change. No matter how much I put you through, and no matter how much I try to drive you, you didn't change. And if your compassion remains in the face of just abject violence, that's what it's trying to say. So, like, I think that's a good thing. I do think that the jokes and, like, a lot of the things that they did were a little too, like the guy who Homelander spares, like, who's like, I fucked this person. That guy, like chauvinist who used to work at the movie theater, like, that guy is fucking insufferable. I love the actor, but, like, you know, it's just, it was whatever, you know. He was kind of whatever. But that's the biggest issue, you know. Yes, Yu Yu Hakusho, I mentioned that. R.I.P. Accord Toriyama, ahead of the curve. Huey calls the Kinton and flies away with Ryan. Yes, Huey calls the flying Nimbus and flies away with Ryan at the end of The Boys. That's the actual. Very quickly, like, honestly, like, I would love to do, like, a One Piece, like, reading of, like, how it relates to, like, the world we're living in and fighting fascism, because I think that would be, like, really fucking helpful for people, because One Piece has a lot of things that talk about and concepts that, you know, I mean, it's working now. A lot of people using it to fight things. All right, how we doing? We've been on 2.5 hours. I'm gonna go for a little bit longer. Let's go. It's only 4:31. What are we doing? Okay. PST. How we doing, guys? Doing all right? Oh my God, more super chats. I fucking didn't see these. Let me go back. Remora Tempest. I'm gonna get your name fully right now, very quickly. Remora Tempest, the slime dragon. Bro, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I appreciate you. What's your thoughts on stop killing games and the increased prices on the gaming consoles? I was about to talk about that, so we will make that our next story. Demon Hunter Mog, $5. Thank you, Demon. Thank you, Demon Hunter Mog. I appreciate you, right? I appreciate both of you. Dumb question, but why are Democrats held to a higher moral standard than Republicans in relationship? Like, it feels Republican relationship scandals are usual. They are not held to a higher standard. They are held to the same standard. It just depends on who is holding the standard. All politicians are held to the same. Well, no, there's double standards at times. I'm not gonna lie, there are. But in terms of, like, sex scandals, it's a common thing, man. Like, it's you see what's happening. People who like him are like, you know what? This doesn't matter. Or it was a long time ago. And people who hate him are like, actually, he's gonna lie to you. He's gonna fuck you like he fucked those other people who aren't his wife. That's what's gonna happen. It's the same shit. It's like your favorite actor when they, like, it's like Ethan Hawke left Uma Thurman for The Nanny, and everyone was like, that's fucked up. But if you liked Ethan Hawke, you were like, he's an actor. It's fine. You know? That always happens. People have weird, like, I think people are just morally inconsistent. And I think that the more we understand that there's inconsistencies in the way we view and approach morals, like, that's why when people are like, look, I've been about Gaza, I've said it before, since I was like fucking 7 years old. So, like, when people start to, like, lecture me about Gaza and about how I need to do, like, more, I'm like, you don't know what I'm doing, and, like, you just got here. You just got here 2 years ago. It's great that you feel this now. Where were you in 2020 or 2021 when this happened? There was another bomb that said nothing. So many fucking people said nothing and are now lecturing about it. I don't think they're wrong. I think it's great. I think that they're great to be people who are like, I think this is crazy. We need to look more into the propaganda we've been fed about Israel, and as well as like, you know, what people are suffering and what's the root cause of this conflict. I think that's great. I do think that like a lot of people fetishize these issues though, and you know, like you have to understand that. I don't know, man. I just feel like in general, like people hold things to higher standards when they themselves are inconsistent. You know, like I'm consistent on Gaza, but I've been inconsistent on it in the past. I've been inconsistent like because I'm supporting it for so long. I'm a Muslim. I do not pray 5 times a day like I should. Okay, that's a thing. I fasted this year. I didn't fast last year. But I support Muslim causes. Like everybody is inconsistent. If you're super consistent, that's great. But like you live in a very hard time. That doesn't mean excuse bad behavior, but it means have the willingness to reform. We talk so much about how prisons are fucked up and how the police system is a terrible thing. But like, man, are we trying to look for punitive justice or are we trying to look for reformative justice? If we're an abolitionist, then like you got to look for reformative justice, man. Like people are inconsistent, and the anxiety leads that. So, anyway, that's my feelings on that. But we're gonna talk about the Steam Deck in a second. You know, I want to be very clear on what that is. All right. Let me read a couple more super chats before we jump into the Steam Deck conversation. Kevin2307, thank you so much for the super chat. I always prefer Dragon Ball Z abridged, dude. Doge or Dodge? Oh, I always prefer Dragon Ball Z abridged. Dodge? Yes, dude, I love Dragon Ball Z abridged. Those guys are fucking amazing, right? Man, I love Dragon Ball. I'm so excited for the new Dragon Ball series. It's gonna be really great. Chris Bach 18142, $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Chris. Hey Zed, thanks for covering the Lego story. Since you briefly mentioned for us, do you think Last of Us 2 is Zionist propaganda? I keep hearing this, and while Neil may be a Zionist, saying the game itself seems like a stretch. Okay. This is hard. So, by definition, yes. By point, no. By problems, also yes. So here's the thing. It's the point of The Last of Us 2. People don't understand the metaphor of The Last of Us 2. The Last of Us 2's metaphor is obviously talking about Israel and Palestine. The thing about The Last of Us 2 metaphor isn't, oh, Israel is trying to fight back. The metaphor is, and if you look at the logs, it's very clear, because the WLF is the IDF and the scars are Hamas or whatever, or you know, Muslim Brotherhood or whatever, or any, or Palestinian Liberation Authority or whatever. I think I got those names wrong. The issue is that the WLF is the IDF. That's who the scars are. They're like, it says very specifically that the WLF says that they're trying to fight against tyrannical, fucked up things and fight against a fascist. Like they're trying to stop, like because the whole thing is they liberate. Washington Liberation Front like liberates Washington from the government or whatever remnants of the government there are, which are fascist, right? And they say, oh, we're going to be better. And then in the logs, it very specifically says they are just as bad, right? So it's criticism of that. The scars, though, are, you have more sympathy because you think you hate them at first, and then you realize, oh, like you're more sympathetic to these two scars that you found who are religious there, and it's a Israel, like an Israeli proxy finding that, and that's what it is. Yes. However, the scars are like barbarians, and they're like depicted to be crazy cultists, and like, oh, they're just crazy cultists. They're good people, but they're crazy cultists, you know? And that is a problem because that's kind of bigoted. It's rooted in Israeli politics. So like, is he trying to promote Israel and say Israel is the way? No. Is he relying on tropes that he's been taught growing up from a Zionist upbringing? Yes. That being said, I do also think that there's a lot of people who talk about Palestinian rights who also echo things from a Zionist perspective. They don't know, like propaganda's everywhere, right? Even like fighting against Donald Trump and fascism here, there's propaganda you have in you that's white supremacy. Like if you're a child of any time after from 1980 to honestly, you've grown up with sexist stuff, with misogynistic stuff, with racist stuff, the context is different in terms of what's allowed in different time periods, but there's ingrained aggressions and shitty things that you learn that come out. I am sympathetic to people being indoctrinated by propaganda when they have different motives. Like, I'm sympathetic to the idea that there are Jewish people who have been told that if you don't do this, you're going to die. And so they become weapons for propagandists and really fucked up fascists, right? I'm sympathetic to Jewish people and the anxiety leading them, because I've seen how anxiety leads people, even Muslims. I've seen how anxiety leads Muslims to becoming into these weapons for these figureheads like bin Laden and other governments. Again, Arab countries and Middle Eastern countries very much so distrust their government, become proxy weapons for them to use. However, I think propaganda corrupts absolutely, and in order to understand how to deconstruct propaganda, the people with incentives to keep the propaganda going are your enemy. And the people who have been infected, like it's a virus, like if it's a virus, right? They need to be inoculated, because the way the virus spreads is it propagandizes somebody and says their life is in danger if they don't believe these horribly bigoted things. And then when they become the enemy that you have to cut off at the root, people say, see? And they use that as a tool. It's not that, hey, bigotry should go unchecked. Fuck no. But there is a point where, it's just, that's the strategy. That's the game you're fighting. The game you're fighting is somebody is trying to indoctrinate people and turn them against you and turn all your pieces against you. And you have to find a way to either cut that off, stop the pieces from being turned against you, or to reverse them back, right? And there are ways to reverse them back. That's what you're seeing right now with Trumpism being such a bad thing. You have a real opportunity for progressivism to take hold. That's why you see people who are you'll see a lot of people who are Zionists, right? Like, there's a lot of people who I know who have been grown up with Zionist propaganda, who understand what's going on in Palestine now. There are a lot of people, friends I had who are from Israel, who deeply mistrust what their government has done and deeply mistrust what they've been taught growing up. And they have a lot of friends I have who are Jewish who have a very difficult time right now, because to them, they are having to confront the fact that this has been fed to them, and at the same time confront the fact that a lot of people are being anti-Semitic and using it as a dog. So it's everything, right? So I do think that it does fall under, it's not propaganda for Zionism, but it is something that is influenced by Zionist propaganda, right? And you can find that everywhere, dude. You can find, hey man, the Dark Knight is influenced by, police propaganda, right? But is Batman, but absolute Batman is anti-fascist, right? So we're not going to live in a perfect world where our media is perfect. There are things about our media that we can call out and say that is an issue, right? But I think that's more important. When you cut, there's a difference between media that's specifically made for the purpose of fascist ideas and media that is made that is problematic. And I think that a lot of the times when we talk about we like to think that we need to cut out problematic media because it just continues the issue. It does, but if you actually study media, Like, it does to not the degree you think. If you study media and you work in media long term and you see how certain things affect certain people and the way media is made, the effects of some of the problematic things are understated, and some are overstated. Some is overstated, and some are completely understated, right? So, like, The Last of Us, like, support for Israel, like it being a proxy for Israel, I think that doesn't help Israel's cause. Like, if you play The Last of Us and you say the WLF is Israel and the scars are Palestinians, you don't walk away from that game having a hatred for the people in Gaza and I think an idea that the justification for this genocide. You walk away still thinking it's a genocide. But if you play games like what's a game I think that is just deeply fucking problematic and shitty. There's a couple games that I'm just trying to think of, like, that in the past that have just been like, what are we fucking doing? Let me try to think. Gears of War, Halo. I love Halo's an amazing game. Or even Call of Duty. Like, Halo and Call of Duty, like, those are amazing games. But propaganda and like Call of Duty Modern Warfare, right? Like, even the newest Modern Warfare, the way it depicts the way certain things are depicted, if you walk away from it with the idea that, you know what, like about how to view Arab people and how to view Muslim people or how to view that, yeah, that's propaganda. People are going to think that you think this specific subset of group is evil, this specific subset of group is not. If you play like Dead or Alive, like extreme, like you'll think that women should be sexual. Like, you play certain games like that sexualize women in ways that are really fucked up, you'll think that that's okay, even though you're not, like, implicitly saying it. Like, so there are things that and that's actually understated how much that is a prevalent issue, right? Same with, like, there are other metaphors for Gaza and Palestine that are preached through in games. I can't think of, like, one off the top of my head right now, but I've talked about this with people a lot. So, I that's just how I feel. I feel like there's propaganda is an undefeated opponent that I think a lot of people need to take more seriously and understand that even if you notice the propaganda, like Zionist propaganda or anything like that, you are still also a victim of propaganda. You can be on the right side of history and still be a victim of propaganda. Like Malcolm X and the things that Malcolm X taught were not the only things that the Nation of Islam was talking about, and like a lot of the issues that he had with the NOI, he disagreed on a lot of things because the NOI had people who weren't necessary, who were also aligned for power. I have a lot of friends who are like Black Muslims and in the NOI and everything like that, right? And I don't agree with all of their things. Like, I have like my own issues with Farrakhan, with stuff that he said, but like, I don't know. There's just a lot of different things and a lot of different like things that go into it, and simplifying things down to like a binary of if you've fallen down, like if you've been infected by this virus, then everything you do is tainted, versus if you've been infected by this virus, why were you infected? What are your values, and where are the values in conflict? Because I think a more interesting thing is, where are the values of The Last of Us 2 in conflict with the Zionism that is ingrained into it? Because there's a lot of places where the messages of the game are in direct conflict with not only the history of what Israel has done, but also currently what's going on in Israel, especially what the game tells you, what the game says about violence. And the way that, like, the way violence seen as justice is not justice, it's bloodshed, right? Or also how justified violence that begets unjustified violence does not help. Like, there's so much to talk about in that conversation, and it gets drowned out, kind of on purpose, by people who want to uphold Zionism in a lot of these ideologies, because they want to basically make it so that the conversation you would have that is nuanced, that defines what their idea is and finds the extremism, it's harder to see. There's just a bunch of noise that's concealing it, and you can't see it then. So I think it's important to talk about that. I got a lot of super chats because all of you guys are fucking dope. I appreciate you so much. Let's go through them, okay? All right, I'm so sorry for the Steam Deck. We're going to talk about the Steam Deck, I promise, okay? Let us go through. Let's see. Stop killing games. Price of gaming. Yeah, I'm gonna go through that. But thank you, Demon Hunter, for that thing. All right, Kevin2307. I always prefer Dragon Ball Z. Well, I talked about that. Mr. Paul. GOT show's ending doesn't make sense because it's ending ripped from GRRM's friend story, Roger Zelensky's Chronicles of Amber, for what it's worth. I did not know that. That makes a lot of sense why it doesn't fucking make sense. I thought Bran being... That doesn't make any sense. Kaiser617, thank you again for another $5 super chat. You're so dope, Kaiser. I appreciate you. Have you seen My Adventures with Superman? If so, are you excited for season 3 next month? And are you excited for the Supergirl movie? I'm very excited for the Supergirl movie. I think that looks really, really good. It actually takes the Supergirl character seriously. My camera just went out, so give me a few seconds to reset it. I am very excited for the Supergirl movie. I think it's going to be fucking dope. I think it's a great, like, fucking showcase of that character, right? It actually gets the character correct, which is nice because a lot of people don't get Supergirl correct. And then My Adventures with Superman, I love a lot, but I don't get to watch it as much because, you know, I'm busy. So I have not seen the last 2 seasons. I've seen only a little bit of it, but I know that Jack Quaid kills it in there. Jeremiah 3021, thank you again for the $10 super chat. Your honesty kept my hubby and I company on long road trips and Cheerio and chemo treatments. Unfortunately, he passed. But no, you always made him laugh and vote. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, dude. Jay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know also, like, you know, like, well, when I lost my dad, like, I know that, like, when that happens, the grief, you know, like, it's basically just people, okay, thank you. I don't need to, thank you for giving your expression of grief. I want to just move. I just want to breathe. I understand that. So I don't want to, like, take up your space. But, you know, in terms of that, I that means the world that I could be of help and through that time. And I hope you're doing okay. And I just want to let you know that, you know, man, I hope I'm keeping you good enough company here, and I hope you know that the work that you do, even right now, really does matter. And I'm glad that I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you still keeping up when all this shit gets so fucking hard. You know, you're awesome, and thank you for fucking being a part. You're dope as hell. Give her some love, guys. J Smith 3021. I think is it a her? I don't want to be presumptuous, but you know, yeah. I hope things are okay. Thank you again. That meant a lot. Kevin 2307, $10. As someone who's really into World War I feel conflicted. Like, I look at things people are saying, and it's really on the edge of white supremacist territory. How do you find the middle is the struggle? I think the middle is not something you find. It is something you feel. And I also think the middle is based on a list of things and not one specific particular thing. So here's what I would probably tell you. Also, I've just noticed that my fucking thing was on my camera for like the last 10 seconds. I am sorry about that. My camera overheated. Okay? All right. So I think when it comes to like dealing with white supremacy and fighting that kind of shit, it's less about... It honestly is less about, like, the checklist and more about the actions, consequences, and context. Okay? Let me play something so I'm not just, like, talking in abject silence so you can just enjoy, like, things. I don't like that one. Okay. So when it comes to identifying white supremacy and being able to call it out, I think a big thing is number one, what's the context of the action you're doing? Like the intent and the context, obviously, right, of what you're trying to do. What the action is and what it materially does, and what are the consequences of the people who have to feel and be at the behest of that action. So I'll give you an example. I'm trying to think of one that requires me, because I don't want to speak for other races and people. Oh, okay. When I see people who are white tell somebody from Gaza, there was one TikTok I saw of somebody who was like very white, very progressive, you know, means well, like, you know, like very pro-trans, pro-LGBTQ, everything like that. Coming on, I'm not gonna reveal their identity, but they came on TikTok and they're like, "Hey guys, I just read my first chapter of the Quran during the height when, you know, like people really started to realize how bad the genocide in Gaza was, and people were dying. And it was meant to be like as this like combating Islamophobia." That pissed me off because it's fetishizing my religion. You're trying to do it as support, but you're using this thing about my culture and who I am as this like, well, you know what? Fuck you to these people, as opposed to being like, hey, like if you're genuinely curious and you want to talk about that stuff and you want to read the Quran or whatever, I have no problem with it. I think you should always read and learn about other things. I read the Bible. I like being more learned about stuff. But like if it's like a gotcha, like a look at what I did, like a performative thing, tokenizes me and my culture, fetishizes me and my culture in a way that's kind of fucked up. Another example is Apu from The Simpsons. Apu from The Simpsons, I'm Indian Pakistani and then part Arab. Apu from The Simpsons is Indian. He is arguably both an incredibly wonderful representation of everyday Indian people who came to this country and immigrants who are working everyday lives, and there is both some like jokes that they poke at him, like they all do on all characters of The Simpsons, but there's also a deep heart and love for him on that show. Also, he's a racist depiction of Indians because he's considered all Indian people. It's not, and there are two sets of ideas on it. I think it's very valid to feel like, because I felt both things at both times. Apu, I'm so glad that this person is on television to represent how Indian people are like. It's so cool. They mentioned this, they mentioned this, they mentioned this. But then also, why the fuck does everybody just think that I'm only worth being a gas station employee? That's white supremacy. Because you understand, and like white supremacy we just think is the cross, but like the idea of that, of like classifying people into boxes based on their color and based on their race, or classifying people into boxes based on their culture to where it benefits this specific white society, is based on not their autonomy, but their place in the world, right? And like, I'm one of those people who, like, you remember when they took Apu off the air? I agreed with the criticisms of W. Kamau Bell. No, it wasn't W. Kamau Bell. It was somebody else who talked about Apu, the problem with Apu. I agreed with the criticisms, and I also thought he shouldn't have been taken off. I thought that was a cop-out. I thought that they should have basically just expanded his role. Just give him something different to do besides just the fucking gas station. Like have him have hobbies, like more hobbies than just I'm at the gas station all the time. You know, have him have like, you know, like, oh well, I like westerns and I like this and I like that, and he does sometimes, but he doesn't most of the time. Everything's just based around like, I'm an immigrant, I'm in citizenship, and thank you, come again. Like that's it. So like, I think that would have been. It's like just basically having like a black character on a show and then just having him be like a gangster. That's tokenizing him. Like there's so many times where I hear, and I'm not making this argument, but like a lot of my black friends will go, why the fuck are we always like, why are all of our awards movies about like slavery and discrimination? Why can't we have movies where we're just having it, like even like Sinners is about those things, but it's also like not. It's about like also the joy of being of this culture and this life that you lead. Like it doesn't focus on people. Like Black Panther also doesn't focus on people, the subject. Like it talks about those things because those things are reality, but it doesn't relegate you to being the 12 years a slave character. So like that's something that a lot of my black friends have talked about and spoken to me about. I'm not going to go any further on it because I can't elaborate on it, but like, or like female romantic comedies where like the girl is always a quirky klutz. Why can't you just have her shit together, dude? Like I just don't like boxing people in is I think the thing. And so when it comes to identifying white supremacy, it's identify what removes the agency of decision and the agency of choices from someone, right? To benefit like the colorism that's there, right? And if you're not going to be able to identify all of it, but do your best, and when you find some of it, you're just like, okay, I'm just going to try to be it. The best thing is to be like, hey, we're all at the party, we all get to hang out, and like everybody eats, right? White supremacy says only a few people eat, or only you get to eat this part of the pie, right? So you got to be careful about that. Oh my god, my camera just keeps overheating like a motherfucker. So give me one sec, guys. Apologies. But that's what I feel about that. Okay. Let's talk about the Steam Deck thing, because my battery keeps overheating. It's just getting like annoying, bro. Yeah, it's back on. All right, we're back up. We doing good? How we doing, chat? Doing all right? Okay. Let's talk about the Steam Deck, because this is also a thing that's happening. Thank you again for everything, you guys. You guys have been great. We're still kicking it. We're still. I may have to like rest my camera for a few minutes, right? I may have to like warm something up here and there, but it's good. Okay. Let's talk about the Steam Deck. So the Steam Deck, if you don't know, Steam Deck is the premier. Oh my god, the fucking. Sorry, guys. I'm an idiot. Oh, lovely. Okay. So, if you don't know, the handheld PC market is a thing now. It is everywhere. Everybody's got, like, that's the new vibe. You think the Switch is big. Oh, man, handheld PCs are the wave. But, as you may have noticed, generative AI has made everything more expensive. Specifically, RAM and computer parts. And because so much RAM has become, there's been an enormous shortage of RAM, this market has been getting squeezed like crazy. There's not only the RAM, though. Aside from the RAM, which seems to be, you know, there seems to be some evidence that it made that some of this may slow. There seems to be an issue with tariffs, because a lot of the tariffs have increased costs for everything. So, in general, most companies have increased their prices of their goods, right? Sony increased the price of the PlayStation 5. Nintendo increased the price of the Switch 2. And Steam Deck increased their price. Now, here's the thing. Nintendo price increase about $50. PlayStation price increase, I think it's like $100, depending on the model. Okay. The Switch price increase is, I think, $200 to $300. $200 to $300 for this. And by the way, the Steam Deck is an incredible thing. I love my Steam Deck. But man, I think it really does need to be said about this fucking piece of technology. It's behind. It's not the only kid in town. There's other things, right, that are doing better in terms of like the kind of handheld PC kind of thing to support. There's the ROG Ally. That's competition. But it's now, I'm not kidding you, $600 for the standard version and $1,000, or no, hold up. Give me a second. It's about like, let me go to the website to show you this, because it's pretty bad. Steam Deck. Okay. The price now for a Steam Deck, and you can kind of see where this is already going, is $789 for this version and $949 for this version. That is a fucking insane price increase. The 512 version, by the way, 512 Steam Deck price before. I don't want to use that, but like, it formerly cost $549. Okay, all right. And I think the price before for the other one was about like $700 or so. It's about a $300 price increase. That's fucking insane. It's a $300 price. You have to pay $1,000 for this. Guess what? Oh, wait, is it? Is it out? Oh, damn. It's sold out. The Steam Deck right now is sold out. Unless it's back in, and then I don't know what's going on. But like, yeah, dude, it's sold out within 24 hours of them implementing it. Because this hobby's getting fucking expensive. And it's so crazy to me, man. Like AI has gotten, for all the tools that AI offers and all the supposed benefits we're supposed to get from tariffs, like, it seems to really just be squeezing people out of their daily lives. Honestly. Like, this was such a cool market too, because so much of this thing is built on like customization. And I know like a lot of there's posts on Reddit about how Valve is not a victim in this, and I don't think that any corporation should be seen as a victim. But I do think that when we're talking about blame and everything like that, this increase is to keep their margins up and everything like that. And Valve generally does. I think it's fair to be upset at this increase because it is a steep increase, and also to understand that Valve does try to be consumer forward. They're not a perfect company. There's a lot of things that they do I think are fucked up, like the Counter-Strike gambling shit. That's not okay, right? But like, yeah, man, I feel some type of way about the way fucking like consoles and gaming increases are happening. I looked this up too, and there was also another RAM increase in the mid-aughts. Like, I know I keep comparing it, but there was a sincere RAM increase in the mid-aughts of like just the prices spiking, and it was bad. It was really, really bad for a little bit. RAM was so expensive. And then it kind of went down as time went on and as technology progressed and as demand went down. But I think that that's going to happen. That will happen, but you just got to wait it out. Because the issue is that, like, look, a lot of these companies are like when the price of AI, which it already is getting like so expensive, becomes too expensive, and when the feelings around AI become too detrimental, the business around it will take a hit. And that's when you'll see prices stabilize and eventually fall. I think we're almost there. You have to keep in mind also that this is a midterm year, and so you're not going to get solutions to problems midway through the year. You'll get inklings towards solutions. You'll get fear of what could happen, but you will not get solutions, because solutions are meant for before or after an election happens. So everything happening with this, I mean, you'll see maybe either some alleviation or some worsening by November, and whoever wins is going to be like, oh, I have to solve this, or it keeps going, you know? So like, I think for this, I mean, like, obviously, I don't think a lot of like left-leaning people hate AI, and a lot of people just in general are very distrustful of AI. And so I think that'll bring, like I said, that'll bring stuff down. I think also for the Steam Deck, you can get refurbished. I don't know if this is a good deal anymore. I love the Steam Deck, but like I don't know if it's a perfect deal. I think if you're trying to get a PC, just buy a PC. Like it's one of those things where like you have to save up now for the RAM. First off, custom build is great, and I don't think you need to go unless you're doing video editing. You don't need to skip like high impact video editing. You don't need to go on like 64. 32 is fine. I think also this makes consoles more attractive. Because even though the PlayStation got a price increase, and even though the Switch 2 got a price increase, they're noticeably cheaper. And also the Switch 2 is doing very well now with the Tomodachi Life and Pocopia. You know, PC gaming is taking a slowing path. I think gaming is in a very precarious space. You see some people doing things to make sure that like things are affordable. I love what the Avatar game is doing. $40 for the game is great. Mina the Hollower, I started playing. It's really, really cool. I haven't gotten like the hang of it yet, but I'm hoping I will soon enough, you know? And like that's something that I think needs to happen as games prices need to go down. It's a market that needs correction. And there are such good games coming out this year. I think the only way correction happens is if people see the strain that the prices are taking on the market. Because we live in a capitalist world, and that's the fucking thing that happens. I hope the price goes down at some point. I know Moist Critical said he doesn't see the price ever going down. I would like to think that Valve likes big store. Like, if anything, they're incentivized for their company reputation to be like, oh, we're the company that did this. And it would be good for the industry if prices went down, because more people will buy things and enter into the hobby. You know, you were growing so much. Don't limit your growth all of a sudden because of this shit. You know, because you're just gonna be fucking another drop in the bucket. So yeah, that's there. How we doing, guys? We doing good? Might as well. RAM and SSD prices have gone up over 800%. Yeah, it's crazy. The RAM in my computer right now that I got was I think it was like $200. I got 64 gigabytes of RAM. No, it was like $300 for 64 gigabytes of RAM, and now it's like $500. Now it's like $700 for this RAM. It's crazy. It's crazy. I wanted to upgrade my RAM too, and like I don't need to, and that's why I'm not. But like, it's now like $2,000 for the step above my RAM. That's insane. That's insane, dude. Fucking wild. But that's the Steam Deck. I think I would hope technology prices go down. I think like again, like there just needs to be a change to a lot of this shit. And I think, you know, Trump is trying to squeeze people and hoping like he stays the course it's gonna work. Like the bluster's not working, man. And they're not gonna know until the elections hit, and it is what it is. All right. What else have we got on the docket? Okay, we got the OKC. We did that one. We did America's 250. We did the ending of Kanzenban. We did The Boys Season 5. Anything else? We did John Fetterman being a tool. We did James Talarico. Gutierrez. Cool. And we did Bricks and Minifigs. All right. Well, let's just check anything else real quickly before I want to call it and everything like that. I've had a great stream with you guys. I'm still down to stay on if everybody wants. Let me know anything you also want me to talk about. I still got some time. I'm gonna grab another soda very quickly, and you know what? Let's do this. Let me grab another soda. Let me grab some food, and I'll come back on. We'll check on some new stories. Throw me some stories you're thinking about, and then while I'm gone, let me leave up. What do I gotta leave up? I'll leave up. Oh, look, that's me. I'll leave up Conan O'Brien for all of you for a second.
The long-legged bird, known as the ibis, was an object of veneration in ancient Egypt. Thesis was self-effacing, often absurdist brand of humor.
Family.
All right. I'll be back.
Welcome, trustees, deans, faculty, alumni, graduates, families, my fellow honorands, Justice Department spies, and that Uber Eats driver delivering mimosas. As I look upon this gathering of tomorrow's greatest minds, I'm confident saying there is no less flattering outfit than the cap and gown. We all look like the potions professor at Hogwarts. Up here on stage, it feels like an AA meeting for druids. I want to thank President Garber for his incredible stewardship of this graduating class. Fantastic job, sir. Really nice. Really nice. Normally I would give you an A+, but in keeping with upcoming Harvard policy, I'm adjusting your grade to a C-. Trust me, it's for the good of the school. I will keep my remarks brief because MIT's graduation is also today, and I want to give you a 15-minute head start on your job hunt. Those nerds down the river won't know what hit them. Also, just a quick announcement after the ceremony. Tequila shots are on me at the Porcelain Club. Yeah. You're all invited. Just force your way inside and tell them Conan sent you. They're an understanding bunch. As we gather here today at this beautiful Tercentenary Theater, I am struck by one thought. Only someone from Harvard would call this patch of grass a Tercentenary Theater. Just look at this yard, Percival. 'Tis a veritable Tercentenary Theater. Harvard, why use a $5 word when a $50 word will do? It's really nice to be back at the very last place I used the word querulous in a sentence. Standing right over there by Widener, I asked someone, what does querulous mean? Fortunately, they knew the answer because it was a Yale student. Man, they're good. Oh, please. Please. Let us not denigrate our fellow Ivies. Let's admit that all 7 are worthy institutions. Except for Princeton, those people are absolute tools. The hell's going on over there? Yeah. As I stand here, I'm flooded with so many rich memories of this campus, and especially of my dear beloved Mather House. Yeah. Yeah, that's enough. Mather was named after former Harvard president Increase Mather, who was an infamous figure in the Salem witch trials. And if any of you spent more than an hour in Mather House, you know the witches got the last laugh. It's such an ugly building. Okay. I'm sorry. Let's tear it down, start again. All right, here we go.
I'm back.
Of course, we all make jokes about our school, but Harvard is still our nation's oldest and most renowned seat of higher learning. And today, you are the 375th graduating class. Yes. Did you know?
We got that Whole Foods money.
That the first graduating class in...
Very quickly, just in case, I need to put all of you on game, all right? Listen, okay, fucking thank you. Yes, I'm down to use this battery. Fucking thank you for nothing. I got the Whole Foods family meal deal. It's like $35, and you get. I hate Jeff Bezos, but you get I don't shop at Whole Foods, but I heard about this. But basically, you get to choose an entree and 2 sides, and basically it's free meal prep for it's not free, but it's really efficient meal prep for the week. And it saves so much time on cooking, and it's really good. And the macros are not bad. And I've lost 10 pounds as of today. Like official, I lost 9.4 last week, and then now I'm at 10. I suck. My camera's not doing well. My camera's doing okay. It's going through because like, it's really like it overheats, man. I mean, it's a really nice camera, but has that shit. All right. So what do we want to talk about? Let's go through what's going on Google News. Tap it a little bit. Mina the Hollower. Have you guys seen the Backrooms or Obsession? Everybody's been talking about Obsession. My girlfriend was telling me some people were like mistaking what actually happened in Obsession and like misconstruing it. That's kind of crazy. I had no idea people could not get the very clear point of that movie. I haven't seen it yet. We want to go see it. Camera died again? What? Did it die again? No, it's working right now. Okay. I want to get a Let's Play stream of Zed playing Xenoverse 3 when it drops. I'm down. I want to play Street Fighter a little bit. I may do that, you know? James Gunn also spoke of a college recently. I like his speech. Yeah. Zed, got any opinion on the Ingrid End of the World Tour recent Street Fighter 6 update? Yes. Oh my god. What's going on here? Dueling protests at the New Jersey ICE facility. I need to look into that because I haven't seen much of that yet. Israel expands Lebanon offensive after capturing historic castle. Oh, fucking. It's kind of crazy. Like, this guy... Listen, everyone around... Like, Netanyahu's bad, but this Ben Gvir guy is, like, is so fucking ghoulish, man. That guy's terrible. True insanity. Okay. Oh. That's what I didn't check. The Becerra Steyer thing, right? But let me go through Ingrid first because I know a lot of people want me to talk about this. So, if you don't know, this is the new Street Fighter 6 character. Her name is Ingrid. She is a character from an old game called Capcom Fighting Jam, where she was a clone. She's kind of like a weird, like, rip-off of Athena from King of Fighters. But people hated her because I think she sucked, or they just didn't like her design. So, only new character from that. And so, they brought her here. And I think in that game, she was also kind of cosmic or whatever. But in this game, apparently she is so fucking good. Like, she's crazy good. And so, also the Street Fighter 6 is such a good game right now. Like, if you're not playing it, and you like fighting games, you should try it out. Wasn't she also better using a psycho energy than Bison? Yeah, she's like a fucking weird, like, cosmic entity. Like, look, like Ingrid SF6. Like, where is it? This is kind of her trailer. Yeah, this is her trailer.
What am I? I am many things. An extra-dimensional being, a peacekeeper, a guardian angel, a code holder.
She does it.
Call me what you wish. It's me, Ingrid! Greetings!
Round one. Fight!
She's busted, dude. She's such a busted character. Like, if I go back, let's see. Oh, what a fucking color. Like, she got... Yeah, dude. She has cool, like, oh, okay. So that little, like, spark, she gets, like, a beam cannon from that, right? And that's what makes her so crazy. Okay, if you're the rank 1 Ingrid, you're in your ass beat, dude. What the fuck is this? Great job. I just dropped the fucking kill. Fuck. 1 second.
Round 2. Fight.
Okay, so that shit, that shit's what I'm talking about. That shit's crazy, right? So Ingrid is such a fucking good character in this game, and a lot of people are like, there are 2 things they're saying. They're saying, number 1, she's busted, which she is. I think that she's really, really good. A lot of people are also saying they're kind of weird that how much they're fetishizing her because she looks like a child, which I also think, yeah. But I think it's a nuanced conversation. I think it's weird, like, watching a lot of media in general, because a lot of fetishization is built into all media, you know? I think she's an adult. Like, I don't know how old she is. Oh, doesn't even give her age. Yeah, she's like hundreds of years old. But still, I think that there is something to be said about, like, the way we go about it, especially with, like, anime stuff, and, you know, the fighting games still have, like, especially the anime community, still have a lot of people who are pro gooning, which is fucked up, you know. But yeah, I think that's a much more nuanced discussion that it's one of those things where I have to listen, because if I'm a guy, man, like I don't know. There are things that I can say that are offensive that I think are bad, but also there's, like, space that I should not control the conversation, and people who are affected by it should control the conversation. It's like me speaking on certain issues, like, unless I don't want to be like, I want to give the microphone to somebody else to speak if they need it, if that makes sense. But I see the issues. It's a huge cultural issue in Japan that is being solved now, but that's existed for a while. She's a VTuber? That's crazy. I thought it was Japanese. It is a Japanese theme. She's supposed to be like a fairy. The Pragmata incident is also kind of crazy. So when Pragmata launched, that is, like, objectively fucking, like, that's, there's no, like, controversy around. That's crazy. So that's so fucked up too. So, like, Pragmata is this game. It's supposed to be really good. I haven't played it. My girl played it, and I have to. She's telling me you need to play it on stream, and I will. But, like, it's about this guy. Protects her, right? Like, little girl, and she was an android, right? And, like, an action game. And there were people in the Pragmata subreddit who, I'm just gonna say, aggressively had a pro view of CSAM. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to increase my size of my screen a little bit too. Okay? Started to share, like, wanting to goon pictures of this, right? Which is fucking crazy to me. Like, it is genuinely disgusting. How that, like, I think the subreddit got banned at one point for that kind of shit. So yeah, I like, that is a level, and like, you know, some people were like defending it, like, oh, it's not woke. I think you have a bigger problem than something being woke when you start to resort to CSAM, you know? it's kind of weird to me, like, you know, I think there was a lot of edgelord humor in the mid-2000s, and a lot of those people never grew up and are just upset they can't be edgelords anymore the same way. And so they just, it's just weird to me how they double and triple down on that shit. Crazy. All right, let's go to Tom Steyer. And obviously, let's talk about the California governor primary, because this one is kind of crazy. All right, so I think the big thing, if you live in California like me, the big thing that's happening is Tuesday is the California primary, right? We have some insane races, not because, you know, we have all these amazing candidates. It's because we have all these flawed candidates. It's like the perfect way to say it. So, you have, in the governor's race, which I covered, you know, a while back, you have like Tom Steyer, billionaire, but who's running as like a like a progressive, like anti-billionaire billionaire, right? And he's let's go through this. You have Tom Steyer, anti-billionaire billionaire, right? You have Javier Becerra here, so-called progressive, takes a lot of lobbying money from Democratic establishment, right? And honestly, he's backtracking a lot on shit, right? I even said that I liked Becerra and Steyer. To some degree, I liked Becerra a little bit, except for I like the positioning of him. He was like inoffensive, but a lot of issues I have. A lot of issues I have with some of his donations, corporate Democrat shit. There's problems, right? Steve Hilton is obviously crazy. Not a fan. Yosemite Sam over here sucks. But like Becerra, I don't necessarily trust him, right? And same with Steyer. Steyer's like, even if Steyer is saying all of the right things, he's very conveniently saying all of the right things, specifically to Californians. I'm not like dumb. So, look, right now in the polls, they're kind of neck and neck. So the whole thing right now that happens is like, it's the same thing with Spencer Pratt. Everybody's been talking about Spencer Pratt over the last week, right? You don't know who Spencer Pratt is. That's been all over my timeline. Spencer Pratt is this rickety piece of shit. He's from a reality TV show. I think it was The Hills, or what was he in? Yeah, he was on The Hills, right? And endorsed by Donald Trump. I fucking hate this hat. This hat sucks. Fuck that. Please no. Fuck that. Trying to be a Lakers? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Please, if you ever see that hat, like throw a tomato at it. It's a fucking dog. What kind of piece of shit is this? I despise this hat. But essentially this asshole saw Donald Trump, wanted to run. He's been a fucking crash out since he left the Hills. And his platform is basically Los Angeles is a filthy dog shit city and there's a bunch of fucking homeless people and I'm going to just destroy all the homeless people. I'm going to Thanos them out of existence. I'm going to beat the shit out of them. And I have some good ideas. Most of them are like fuck homeless people. And you're going to die and get stabbed outside of your house. Here's the thing about it. I live in Los Angeles. I'm not going to tell you where I live. But I live, like, I'm in a nice spot. I don't live in, like, a posh neighborhood. There's a lot of neighborhoods that are not posh in Los Angeles. But a lot of times, people like this motherfucker see a Mexican neighborhood and think they're going to get shot. And they're not. It's just a Mexican neighborhood. So, I don't know. This guy's a fucking tool. There's definitely a homelessness problem in LA, right? An unhoused problem in LA. But that's not because you want to beat the shit out of more homeless people. That's not going to save your fucking city. It's just going to make people feel like shit when they get priced out of it. You're not doing anything about it. And like this piece of shit right here has been running and trying to fucking con people. He's got a bot army. You know how people pay for clip armies? He's got a fucking bot army on Threads. Specifically Threads. This piece of shit decided to go to Threads. If I open up Threads right now, right? Like, I'm going to show you guys my feed. Okay. How long till I find a Spencer Pratt related post? Let's see. If this doesn't work, I'm going to look really dumb. But I've been seeing them all over my fucking timeline. God damn it, I think I exercised all of them. I think I did my job too well, and I got rid of all of them. Oh, no. Wait, hold up. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, no. Oh, he's anti-Spencer Pratt. But where is it? Damn. He's been exercised from the timeline. But here's the thing. Literally a couple days ago, right? Like, my timeline was filled with just Spencer Pratt slop. He's been making these fucking AI ads. I'll search for it and you'll see it, right? Spencer Pratt. By the way, Twitter is dying. Don't ever it's dying. I'm using it only because it gets stories, but it's fucking useless. You can leave it. Okay. So, guys, I got the story too late. Oh yeah. Liberals are laughing like Spencer Pratt is a laughingly unqualified reality TV star while insisting the bartender AOC was perfectly qualified for Congress. So what are the qualification standards? Just the love of drug addicts and poop on the streets. That's his pitch. Is like if you yeah, here we go. Like if you at all think that he's crazy, then like you love shit on the streets and just urine everywhere, which is not what LA is like, right? I hate when people talk about Los Angeles. No one is rooting for you. Like I cannot stress this enough that like right now the choice in most Los Angeles places is between this stupid fucker and Karen Bass. And everyone dislikes Karen Bass. And you have to understand that if this motherfucker is on the ballot, Karen Bass just is it's a Karen Bass fest. Okay? Like, I would rather have, like, an argument for Nithya Rahman or somebody, like, Ray Hua I think, is past. She praised him. The supposed socialist candidate praised this guy, which is fucking crazy to me. Fucking crazy to me. She also stream sniped Hassan for whatever the fuck she wanted to do, right? So, like, I have no, yeah, it's crazy to me. So, like, everybody's afraid that he's going to become, like, mayor, which I think is a good thing because it forces them to vote on Tuesday. Like, a lot of people haven't voted yet. They're going to go to the polls because people are lazy here. But a lot of people are going to vote on Tuesday, and they're going to vote against him, which I think is a good thing. But if he gets even 1 or 2 more percent, then, because they're splitting the vote in half between Bass and Nithya Rahman, if he gets enough to knock, it's the top 2 advance. So it's going to be Karen Bass and somebody else. If it's Nithya Rahman, we can have a real discussion about homeless crisis, all this kind of things, how Karen Bass handled it. If we get him, bro, it's going to be so fucking insufferable for the next 5 months, right? And, like, we're going to have to, like, that is one of those things where it's a harm that you have to vote for Karen Bass. Or, like, it's not that the mayor of LA has an insane amount of, like, leeway, but if he gets that spot, he's going to abuse whatever power he fucking has. He's a fucking lunatic. No. But, like, yeah, so that's one of the people we're having to deal with. California's full of weird-ass politicians. Like, you thought Gavin Newsom was weird? When I tell you Gavin Newsom is the tame side of things, that you should understand, okay? Gavin Newsom is tame. He's just this with how crazy the politics. We elected Arnold Schwarzenegger. Do you understand? We had a governor, and we were like, you know what? No. Arnold. We didn't elect Arnold after Terminator 2 or Commando. or even the hit classic, which I love as a child, but everyone else hates, Jingle All the Way. No, that's not when we wanted Arnold. You know when we wanted Arnold? We elected Arnold after Terminator fucking 3 and Collateral Damage. We elected the worst Arnold. That's like electing Steven Seagal now. Or the ShamWow guy now. What are you doing? No. But anyway, yeah, we elected fucking like Gavin Newsom. And like I'm telling you, man, like there's so many problems with Spencer Pratt, obviously, right? And like Steve Hill, like there's so many problems with Javier Becerra and even Tom Steyer. Like Tom Steyer is one of those people who, like, I don't think he's a Fetterman type, but I think that's one of those people who like rings my alarm bells. Like, okay, like he's definitely saying a few things that are like a little too. I don't think he's gonna be like crazy, like go super to the right like Fetterman, but I think he'll hedge his bets. You know, definitely when it comes to certain things. I think he'll hedge his bets on healthcare if it costs too much, or I think he'll hedge his bets on, like, you know, corporate shit. Like that's something that I feel is gonna happen. Javier Becerra, I feel like he's a little too bland, and will probably just do party line shit, but then also like he'll probably like not Grave Davis, but probably like Jerry Brown. But he's also like corporate bot, so he'll probably be definitely be way more friendly to corporations. And then, you know, Steve Hilton is Yosemite Sam. Let me bring them up real quickly, right? California governor race polls. Yeah. Oh! Tom Steyer edging Hilton. A new poll released Saturday suggests A new poll released Saturday suggests that California governor race remains highly competitive, with Democrat Tom Steyer narrowly moving ahead of Republican Steve Hilton in the battle for second place. That would be great. If it was between them, that'd be awesome, because it's not the election on Tuesday, it's whoever gets through. The Emerson College poll found that the former U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra is leading the field with 28% support. Steyer followed with 22%, while Hilton was close behind at 21%. The results differ from the closely watched Berkeley Institute of Governmental Studies poll released Friday that showed Becerra leading with 25%, Hilton at second at 21%, and Steyer at 19%. So I think one of these things that happened is that everybody in California mobilized because they don't want fucking two Republicans on that ballot. So Hilton is definitely pulling ahead of the pack. That's who everybody's kind of putting their chips on if they're Republican. I think it's a dogfight between Becerra and Steyer, right? Like it's a dogfight there. Obviously, I don't think Hilton should be governor, right? I'm gonna fucking hate that shit if I have to fucking vote for Becerra. Like, not that I hate it, but it's just like it's very clear he's like a corporate kind of shill. Right, I'm sure that there's other things that he's done that are like, oh, they're good things, but like he's a shill, dude. He was like praising Chevron on stage. I don't trust that shit, you know. Top 2 blue, yeah. Not to terrify everyone, but imagine Markiplier as a future POTUS. No. I don't want to fucking have like a unus annus fucking presidency. I'm going to delete this executive order after 1 year. Okay, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll be sure to bookmark it. Delete that shit after 1 year. That's wild to me. But yeah, I think right now I'll probably vote for Steyer. I'll be honest with you. You know, especially because like here's why. The other reason. I saw a shit ton of TikToks like pretty much about like what is it? Like 3 or 4 like weeks ago, right after Swalwell dropped out after the first debate. There was this one lady who was like just sniping people, saying like these guys are paid by the Tom Steyer campaign, and she was very aggressive. And I was like, oh, it's a Becerra supporter, probably a surrogate. Very aggressive. And then he took like fucking Chevron money. Like he made more corporatist, like a lot more corporations donated to him. And she kept making those videos, and I was like, okay, that's a little duplicitous. Like, it's if you're gonna fucking If you want to attack Stom Steyer as a billionaire you're not sure about, I'm vibe with that. And I mean, like, it's politics, anything goes. But like, man, like just the hypocrisy of this really aggressive TikToker sniping people because they're saying that Tom Steyer isn't disclosing funds and shit like that, which, you know, a lot of people she got wrong. But then fucking is super cool with McDonald's and every fucking Fortune 500 being like, you know, Becerra, you're all right. Like, get out of here, dude. Like, that's the height of hypocrisy. Height of hypocrisy. If you want to go, I like him better, I know there's problems, I'm cool with that. Don't be a hypocrite, you know? Republicans initially appeared to be turning out at higher rates than Democrats compared with the 2022 gubernatorial primary. The turnout patterns continue to evolve as more ballots are returned. Yes, because we're all fucking tired and we all want to, like, wait. People don't understand how sick California is. Like, listen to me. Like, I get it. Right? Oh, traffic sucks. Fucking, it's expensive. Yes, those do suck. But I promise you, like, when you go out with your girlfriend and you like, I don't want to go to a McDonald's, I just want to go to this truck on the side of the road, and they make you a burrito, and it's like, you've had a burrito before, but this is like one of the best things you've ever tasted. And then you see a bunch of people just vibing out there, or you go somewhere like where there's a bunch of people there and like the line is too long, and the way people like are like, God damn, this fucking line is so long, right? Like, there's just an energy to the city of like everybody's scrappy, everybody's working hard, and when you find that community, it's a fucking awesome city. I love it here. Like, and the weather's fucking awesome. Bro, like, when it's sunny right now, like, I hate that I had to dim my blinds because you guys can't see me. But, oh my God, did my fucking camera turn off again? Jesus Christ. How long has my camera been off? God damn, guys. Tell me every time. Tell me every time. It's not intentional. Long enough for the sun to die. Southern California food is great. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. Southern California food is my love. Oh my God, my screen is just fucking up. Hold up. Oh my God, really? We're gonna fucking just do this? I gotta reload my screen. Oh my God. Okay, give me a second, guys. It's just being weird. I may have to end it, which is fucking pissing me off. I don't want to end it. Oh my God, dude. Fuck are you doing? That's crazy. Well, in the light of my fucking brilliant pro-California rant, this fucking thing has, hold on, maybe Maddie has a solution. Eat while you're, she was telling me to eat while I'm watching something, not when I'm talking. My camera's dead. Ask me any question and the green line will answer you. It's like a fucking, I'm the fucking, you can't see me right now, but I'm completely nude. No, I'm just kidding. He can do so many good things. He just means everything he says. Zed is now green and pink. I am green and pink. The Markiplier fans got me. Yes. Yes, they did. They saw what I was doing. They're like, you can't be there. That's fucked up, man. That's insane. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Properties. Hold on. Let me see this. Deactivate. Activate. There we go. I saved it. I saved it. I saved it like democracy. Some G-ass shit. There you go. Thank you. For my next trick, a bunch of transitions. That's what my next trick's going to be. Okay. All right. Playing some beats right now. How we doing, chat? We doing all right? We doing okay out here? Turn it off and fix it. What year is it? It is the year of everything. You love LA but hate the Dodgers? Why do you hate the Dodgers? I hate the owner of the Dodgers. I love the Dodgers. I hate the owner of the Dodgers, though. I love the Lakers. I hate the owner of the Lakers. And I'm so excited for the Spurs, man. Chilling with ice cream. Yeah, chilling in Forza 6. Forza 6 is great, dude. Okay, but yeah, I feel like Steyer is the right choice, but I can very easily see somebody be proven wrong, and I feel a lot of people misjudge California. They don't know what it's like out here. It's not just all actors. You can do other shit. It's a good time. All right. Let's run through Google News, see anything else that's popped up in the last few hours. Cheryl, Newark mayor backs partial curfew in New Jersey. What is going on with New Jersey? I want to see what this fucking shit in New Jersey is right now. Tensions between protesters and New Jersey State Police boiled over Saturday for the second in a row outside Delaney Hall, a federal immigration detention. Oh, this is the ICE protests. Multiple rounds of tear gas were shot into the crowd, ending what was an already chaotic day in Newark. Things quickly spiraled out of control outside Delaney Hall on Saturday night as protesters overwhelmed state police, pushing down barricades and testing the limits of the so-called peaceful protest zone that was enforced by state officials. CBS News, fucking. Officers in riot gear moved in, quickly getting a handle of the chaotic situation. Late Saturday night, Newark Mayor Ras J. Baraka announced that he would be enacting a curfew outside Delaney Hall moving forward. Due to the escalating situation at Delaney Hall and the increasing need for police intervention, immediate action is required to protect public safety. Multiple individuals have already been arrested and found in possession of weapons. Okay, yeah, for sure. Heated clashes and tensions. New barriers around outside. This was over ICE killing an inmate, wasn't it? Or was it just a normal ICE protest that sparked it? I think it was over ICE killing them. I just thought because I grew up as an Angels fan and I immediately related that to riots because, Orange County. But do we ever really know what's going on in New Jersey? I'm from Cali. I love it. I had to move for financial reasons, but Cali is the only state I can be up in the mountain for snow in the morning, hit the beach in the afternoon, and then back on the snowbed. Yep, California has all of that. They're actually called First Amendment zones and hunger strike at Delaney Hall. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, like I know that I heard about the First Amendment zone thing, but I don't know specific. Was this a coordinated protest for specifically for just for ICE, or was there something that sparked it outside of like that ICE did that sparked it? I think that's what I'm kind of trying to ask. I'm a little unfamiliar. I was out yesterday. There's been a hunger strike. Okay. Let's see. New Jersey protests. Anti-ICE demonstration in New York. Okay, I'm not going to click on Fox. Dueling protests at New Jersey ICE facility and Trump confronts immigration protests New Jersey. I don't know what this is. Yeah, I mean, I know the was it Mikey Sherrill is in New Jersey? Who's the governor? Yeah, Mikey Sherrill. Her response was not great, from what I hear. Oh God, okay. Man, it's hard to find, like, I'm gonna go to Ground News. I don't want to give you free press, but I'm gonna do it right now. I have an account there. Okay, I'm already subscribed. I don't want to fucking enter in my account right now. Where's the New Jersey? Newark mayor, New Delaney Hall's clashes persist. Okay, sure, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's a right-wing headline, anti-ICE agitator. Okay. Anti-ICE agitator. That sentence in itself is crazy. Wow. A lot of right-wing media covering this. Newark mayor orders curfew near Delaney Hall. Basically, there's a protest inside and outside the facility because of how poorly these people are being treated. When it started, there was a report of moldy food and maggots in food, and now it's more. Oh, okay. No, I've heard that. Okay, so that made... Yeah, because I heard there was problems. They're literally torturing people inside the facility because they went on a hunger and labor strike. Oh! Okay, so there was a hunger strike inside the facility. Oh. Interesting. Yeah. Fuck ICE, dude. What the fuck? Fuck that shit, dude. No, Sola, if you're not banned, what are you talking about? You're not banned. You're fine. Mother Jones, yeah. That's crazy to me. Wow. A lot of centrist organizations covering it. What, 772? Yeah. Fucking insanity. God damn, man. Like, the amount of, like, right-wing news networks that are just jumping on this fucking story. Coverage details, like, 21, 31, 34. Is that normal? What do we have on our distribution? So, like, even for this one. Holy shit. Okay, there are left-leaning sources that we have. That's crazy, dude. That's insane. Yeah, man. Pull up the Mercado Media stream of the protests. Mercado Media? Let's do it. Yeah, they're right here. Stream of a stream. Let's do it. Fucking Newark.
4 minutes. Think they're just gonna start throwing the gas right away like they did yesterday, yeah?
Probably going to. God damn, man. That's crazy. Anti. This chat's pretty goated. I don't know why it is that, like, I understand it's tactical, but, like, at a certain point, you have to understand, because I think there's this such an intense amount of time to be like, okay, let's not look like the evil police state or the bad guys in the movie Selma. And yet here we are with white buses.
I'm waiting until the last minute to put my shit on.
Riot gear.
I'm gonna be struggling in that thing.
Can you imagine, like... Can you imagine, like, fucking Boston Tea Party ass shit? Like, them covering that on Fox? Unworthy tea drinkers. People leeching off the nanny state. Nobody's done that shit before. That's a joke that's been done before. They're just chilling, man. Waiting for fucking to start the worst clips we're going to see. Oh my god. Okay, stop.
I'm struggling in that thing.
They're definitely waiting. This fucking comment. What the fuck is this? It's not a real organization, dickhead.
Two minutes.
There would have been calls to go after Native Americans. Yeah, as a Bostonian, I would love that. Camera's out. Oh my god, my fucking camera. I think I gotta cool my camera, guys. I think the thing also, like, this girl is going like all colors and stuff like that, you know.
on the other side. You got a minute. I'm gonna put the I'm not gonna read the chat now for a while.
Oh, okay. So they gave him 10 minutes.
Guys on the other side.
They gave him 10 minutes, right? Oh shit. Okay. So let me just make sure everything's good on my camera's end. There we go. Okay. All right. Is that what happened? Uh-oh. Not good. Is the volume okay, guys? Let me know. Oh shit.
The curfew is now in effect. It is 9 p.m. The curfew is now in effect. Son las 9 de la noche. Las toque de queda comienza ahora. Son las 9 p.m. Las toque de queda es ahora. 9 p.m. Las toque de queda es ahora.
Holy shit, dude. I understand solidarity singing, but in this specific thing, like, everybody's just trying to be prepped for whatever the fuck is gonna come next, guys. They're just posted. In lieu of a working cam, have you ever considered making a VTuber, PNG tuber, light hearts? I don't want to make a VTuber. It's not me. Might get real loud in a sec, I know. Dude. I've been to protests like this before. Like, I don't... These guys don't care that we're singing. It's not like like sometimes it's an act of defiance, but I think sometimes Zed VTuber before GTA 6, maybe. Maybe. Just to do it before GTA 6, I'd do it. I think it's gonna be a second, guys. Okay. Okay, I don't wanna like ruin this, but like I think they're just waiting right now. That's kind of crazy. They went to the back. Yeah, okay. It's more optics. Yeah, I understand it's optics. I understand it's optics, but at the same time, but like there's effective optics. Like, look, I've seen versions of this that make more sense, but it's like maybe I'm annoyed because I'm a person of color and it's white girls doing it, but like, yeah. Yeah, they know what's coming. P100 masks. Dragon Ball rap before GTA 6. I wouldn't mind, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna keep an eye on this right now because it's like they're just chilling out. They're not chilling, but they're trying to like. It's a standoff right now. It's not, nothing's happened yet. Lego stuff. Alrighty. Well, how long has it been? It's been 4 hours. It's a nice little stream. Anything happening? All right. Well, guys, actually, it's getting to be like 6 o'clock. I think I might call it for right now. While we wait. I'm going to call it for right now. Damn, guys, it's been a good time. Like, I appreciate you guys coming through. I'm sorry we didn't get to do a freestyle of the news today, obviously because my boy Mario decided. Oh my God! How could you? How could you? You had one job, camera. You had one job. Couldn't even. I bought this camera literally because it doesn't overheat, and now it's overheat. It's got to be the battery. Bro, that's insane. Fucking insane, dude. All right. Okay. Like, let me turn this shit on. I'm trying to do like a nice little like ending to things, and I gotta deal with that shit. Okay. All right. Thank you. Hi, I'm back. I'm alive. Yeah. Waiting for the menu to come up so I can put it down. I had a lot of fun. Thank you guys for coming through to the stream. Thank you guys for being supportive, throwing up. Oh my God, it's back. It's back. Well, guys, my camera is overheating. I got to pretty much find out what to do with it. We got to figure out. How do you know? You don't know what my camera is. You don't know what my camera is. But anyway, it's been a lot of fun. I'm gonna just cut to like the show of things so you can see it. Okay, guys, it's been a ton of fun. I had a blast going through all this stuff with you. Thank you for sticking around on the stream. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for being so supportive of the show. Just a quick reminder, please like the stream, engage with it, leave a comment, share it when it goes live, the VOD. Please, if you like this, obviously subscribe. Come through and watch the last week's freestyle of the news. YouTube, it's May, so there's two things happening. Number one, last year's YouTube algorithm change really kind of fucked our channel quite a bit because the way it engages with ad blocks, so that's been a huge trouble. So if you could in any way, please, just kind of like put on bell notifications, it'll genuinely help the channel quite a bit. Because then we can be like, oh, okay, well, this is happening and this is happening. You can watch it. Please take a look at that. The other thing I would say is that, I want to try to do more of these. If you like this, please let me know. I will do more of these. I'll try to pick a day, and we'll do these consistently. The last thing I would say is, if you can go back, watch some of the videos you may have missed because of the algorithm like kind of hitting you, and then it's May because political content is being suppressed by YouTube during all of May. So it's June now, but anything you can help would be great. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for coming to the stream. I love y'all, and we will be back, I think, in the next couple days because I have something recorded that I think Mario is going to edit tonight when he gets back from his fucking wedding. I hope he had a great time. I hope he did well. But we have something we're going to edit tonight, and then we'll see where we are, right? But I'll update you as things go on. And I love y'all. We'll talk to you soon. Yes, I know no one can see or read the fucking stream ending cue.